Yo toda que suka o mi se te quiere do. 誰がのせりにして割り願いくめしてる君 Hey, what's up, babe? Yoichi Isagi with a final goal from Japan's young ace. Blue Lock seizes an overwhelming victory in the first round. Yo, Isagi, they all look so fucking pumped up, man. That was some telepathy. You're the best, monster. And you give me that pass. I'm the only one who could pull off that egotistic stunt. Golasso! Golasso! Same to you. You two are too cool about it, folks. Jingo Raichi-sama kept them at 0 with my defense. Hey, what's up, babe? Hey, appreciate you. Yeah, I noticed. Thanks for checking them out, by the way. I really appreciate it. What an annoying, shitty game, but I gotta say, it sure turned me on. Jesus Christ. Hey, Isagi. Why is he wearing a sports bra? What the fuck? That was a crazy technique you tried out. How much of that did you plan out? None of it. That last shot was a total ad-lib. I was expecting Onazi to have an awakening, but I really had no idea until that moment that he'd make a shot after that trap. The moment you stopped him, I was inspired to try and make my own version of that shot. This freaking guy. His imagination and inspiration speed on another level than before. Gotcha. His egotism could devour Ego's entire plan. I gotta test it out thanks to you. Thanks, Captain. Eon, it seems my takes on Bleach have imprinted on you. Of course they have. Didn't remember Bleach looking like that. Looking like what? Oh, yeah. New chapter came out, so I figured why not just check it out. You know what I'm saying? Damn it. Utterly shut out. We were totally obliterated. Damn. I'm not gonna lie. This entire match between Japan and Nigeria almost felt like a hate crime. They really left them at 0 points and then stole their attack. Can we all agree that Sabo will get cooked by King? I'll wait till 6 shows up to see what he has to say about this. He's the Sabo man. You caught on early? Type shit. A refire my ego and Nazi's evolution. He drew out that awakening and made it seem like he was gathering data for the Japanese team, but in the end, all of it was exploited to help him grow. How stoic can one guy be? He's out of his mind. Yoichi Isagi is a horrifying soccer machine. I love it. Yo, from that first chapter to this is crazy. Hey, Kuso, he is horrifying. He's the most horrifying egotist I've ever met in our tiny world, Onasi. But he smashed apart that tiny world of ours. He's the ultimate soccer player. Thank you, Yoichi Isagi. I'm glad I got to meet you here. Did you make a nice memory? Shut up. This won't end as a memory. I'm gonna surpass you someday. Just you wait. Yoichi Isagi. I love this kind of shit. That's the egotistical curiosity I want to see. Let's meet again. A passionate fist bump from both teams' aces. The Japanese team has made an incredible first round. Quit smiling, Yoichi. Yeah, be upset, you shitty Rose. Let me change this real quick. I think I have to hit this to get the right. Maybe not, actually. Oh, it's still separated. Okay. Man, the homie is so upsetty spaghetti about having Yoichi do the right thing. Jesus Christ, that is a lot. What kind of drink is this? Is it Go-Go Cola? Damn, my boy is drinking nothing but soda. I'm so shitting angry. I can't even drink my shitty cola. Somewhere in Tokyo, you could have won 8-0, you half-ass clowns. That is so I hate Sae, dude. I just finished the anime of Fairy Tail, 100-Year Quest, and I discovered it's not finished, meaning I have 5 manga to catch up now. What do you mean it's not finished? Like, the anime hasn't caught up to the manga? I'd imagine. So is Blue Lock manga better than Bleach? I don't know it, but I can assume yes. It's so fucking good, dude. It's so good. This is like the perfect example of a series where the protagonist essentially has nothing impressive out of like their own toolkit to like exploit right off the start of the series. As a matter of fact, they're basically as close to average as possible, but it does take the idea of like quote unquote battle IQ and more so the ability of talented learners, what one would maybe call like physical prodigies, to a whole nother level. I don't know, man. It's so good. That happy kid from before. Oh, so you're one of us too? Hey Loki, what do you think of Japan's levels? Small fry with nothing but with passion and topicality. Damn. What an asshole. I can't wait for Loki to get shut out. Bunny Iglesias. Iglesias. So an average pro tech who evolves into an impressive role, that's good. I need to check out more manga beyond One Piece. I would check out Blue Lock. Like, honestly, it does go to a point where the memes about, like, what is Blue Lock even about kind of don't make any sense if you're, like, watching the series with any bit of, like, actual intent to understand what's happening. I often see this issue with, like, series where you can... there's a... Let me actually slow down real quick. There's this interesting concept that I've been thinking about for a while of like what series you can turn your brain off and what series you shouldn't turn your brain off while watching. I would probably have to do a bit more... I probably have to like look into this a bit more myself from a rhetoric perspective, but there is a massive divide on like how well you can enjoy a series based on how much intent you're watching it with, right? So if you're watching a series like, let's say, One Piece with your brain completely turned off, I actually went on to Facebook for a little bit and actually made some comments about this in a post that was talking about why hockey made no sense. And I was thinking about, like, you know, if you look at One Piece as a series where, like, you just turn your brain off and see the funny rubber pirate do their thing, it kind of... the series as a whole, you can kind of just watch through the whole thing while doing that. One Piece isn't a series that you really need to like think about for the most part. You can kind of just enjoy it. Anyone can really just enjoy it. But if you're looking at like certain portions of One Piece and thinking to yourself, why does this happen this way? Why does this character make this decision? Why the heck is this happening? Or like with the point of that post, in other words, being like, you know, hockey not making sense. And if your issues with a series like that are, oh, I didn't understand this because I wasn't really following the entire plot or the entire narrative as a whole, I wasn't keeping track of certain points or certain little tidbits, then yeah, you're going to have issues with it. And at that point, I'd say go back, look at the story this time with full intent to understand what's happening around you, and you might actually catch on to a few things. Obviously, I think that Bleach doesn't kind of fall into this category. I actually think it's a series that if you turn off your brain completely and you don't look at it with rose-tinted glasses, you might actually get a bit more out of it, since when you're looking at it with intent, you're probably going to feel frustrated as I have. Obviously, it also does fall down depending on the person and, you know, again, how much you're willing to like look past. But I don't know, Blue Lock to me is a series that if you're like legitimately paying attention to the character's growth as a whole, and you're kind of paying attention to, like, the interactions between the characters, you can probably see that, like, yeah, this shit's kind of peak. I'm not gonna lie. But they've got guys like Shido. I can't wait to fight against him. We're playing Japan in round 2, right? Right. Well, on a personal level, I want to face Yoichi Isagi again and ask whether he still thinks I'm full of myself just because I happen to be born fast. Oh, is this Yoichi Isagi guy really that interesting, Loki? How does he look to you, Hugo? Who the fuck is this dude? Totally unsuitable? Jesus Christ. Alright, shit, we got a new asshole to worry about. It's a cool thing, cool concept, but it doesn't do a good job to expand it. Plus, Aizen has the main villain problem. For most of the series hinders it, I feel. What's with his annoyingness? I think Aizen's biggest issue is just the fact that, like, he just feels very full of himself, and if you're not outright glazing the dude, it's gonna feel like... If you're not even glazing the dude, I feel like if you're just not taking, if you're like the whole idea of like Aizen, if like the whole like plot twist with Aizen, what the fuck? If the whole idea with like Aizen just doesn't like mesh with you properly, I feel like you are gonna have a couple of issues with the character as a whole, like you and I. Bro, I was right now wishing your stream to happen to let you know that Oda has stated Garp, Sengoku, Whitebeard, and Roger were all equals in their primes. Cool. Where did Oda state that? So you feel like he doesn't earn the attitude? I feel like I understand why Aizen gets the amount of glaze that he gets. I get it, right? I do. I just don't feel the same way. Like, if a person is out here really saying that, like, Aizen is probably one of the greatest villains of all time, even though there's kind of no reasoning behind the things that he does, and the reasoning of he was just born strong doesn't make sense when you have so many powerful characters that kind of do stand alongside him, like Kenpachi, like Yamamoto, then it's like, again, Aizen is a character that also feels like, I can't say that he isn't smart, but at the same time, I can't also say that, like, everything that he's done doesn't feel like a product of over 100 years of potential planning versus, a guy simply looking at a situation with a couple of years and saying, I can kind of mess around this. Things just kind of have to fall into these specific... Actually, I'll even give you an example. I'll give you an example right now. Let's look at Blackbeard. Blackbeard is a character that that's had, let's say, Blackbeard One Piece. Blackbeard is a character that one could even argue, well, he may look like a bumbling oaf on the outside. The guy is relatively smart with the way that he's been handling many of his encounters and many of his plans, right? He needed to get someone like Monkey D. Luffy. As a matter of fact, I would even argue Blackbeard is a better example of genius that doesn't try to shove the idea that they're a genius in your face. As a matter of fact, Blackbeard's almost has this weird dichotomy of feeling like a complete bumbling idiot at times with the way that, like, so many of his exchanges seem to happen, because his planning more so goes into the idea of, like, happenstance, where, like, this is the end goal. I just have to sort of let the pieces fall into how I get to this scenario, right? Let's look at his ascension into a warlord, right? Blackbeard needed to essentially show the world government that he was a pirate, even though he has sort of no big outstanding, like, even though he has, like, no big outstanding feats or anything that would have placed him at the position of a warlord, the fact that he was going to get somebody with a bounty of over 300 million berries, in this case Luffy, I think Luffy had, like, 100 million berries after Alabasta. Grabbing a character like Luffy and taking him into the world government was originally his plan, but when he came across Ace after getting his devil fruit, he realized, well, Ace is technically worth more. Why don't I just show the world government that I have the potential of a warlord by taking down a Yonko commander on my own, right? So he does that, and then he kind of gets his position of a warlord, right? He wanted to build a strong enough crew. Obviously, his planning goal is to go into level 6 of Impel Down, but it's more so allowing things to sort of trickle down in a way that, he doesn't have to outright influence things as a whole. All he really needed to do was essentially construct a war between Whitebeard and the world government. In this case, it was the addition of, like, him capturing Ace and essentially handing him over to the government that would essentially then lead him down a path of, okay, well, this just so happened to... Ace showing up and me getting a chance to take him into the government essentially may cause a rippling effect down the line that causes Whitebeard to do this, which might weaken up government defenses enough for me to show up to Impel Down, and hey, there's a Straw Hat Pirate just kind of causing chaos. It just makes things easier for me, right? I'm already a warlord. I can kind of just stroll in there with, like, no prior authorization. God damn it, we're echoing again. Am I good? Am I good now? Are we good? We good? I don't know why that happens. I don't know why the fuck that happens, dude. Like, anyway. So, yeah. I would say that, like, Blackbeard is a better idea of, like, a genius for me, because with him, it doesn't feel like he's shoving his own head... It doesn't feel like he's shoving his own head up his ass, smelling his own farts with this level of smugness of, like, oh, I'm just superior to everybody, yada, 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 yada. Right? With Blackbeard, it feels like his genius isn't, like, right there in your face. You can kind of see where, like, he's ad-libbing it, but at the same time, the intention behind everything that he's doing and him just finding opportunities to, like, really exploit them, that feels interesting to me. With Aizen, it's, oh, I had this planned all along. Oh, I had that planned all along. Oh, I had this and this and that piled on all along. Yeah. Blackbeard can go from a bum to him at the drop of a hat whenever he needs to be, and I think that's what I like about him. With Aizen, it feels like, oh, I just have an overpowered ability, and oh, I've had hundreds of years to plan this, I just sort of just need...
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's not really an objective deal for either of the characters. It's more so just how you feel the execution, how you feel each form of character was executed, and who you think was like just executed better. With Aizen, I feel like a bit more subtlety would have been a lot more interesting. But it's not set by every minor detail like what Aizen seems to be. Yeah, but is an opportunist. When things don't go his way, he adapts and improvises to varying degrees. See, and that's the thing that I like about him, right? That with like Blackbeard, it's not so much, oh, I've planned everything, more so I plan to get through these specific points, and things just so happen to go work my way. And that's what I like about him. You know what I mean? Hey, what's up, One Smart? He gets what needs to be done. He has very interesting goals. Like currently, he's trying to bargain Kobe to become a recognized country slash king. He's always moving. Yep. And the difference between him and Aizen is that, like, with Blackbeard, it's like things still have to kind of go his way, which, you know, one could say probably boils down to the idea of, like, luck, you could say. But I kind of like that, right? That he's not like just he's sort of banking everything on kind of going his way, while at the same time improvising. Let's be real. Blackbeard tells Buggy to drop the act and he becomes a top tier. He will surpass Aizen. Type shit. Aizen also acts like things are completely planned even when it clearly isn't. Yeah, and that's part of what I don't like about him, man. It's like, dude, you don't have to like act like you're perfect at every fucking step of the way. I don't know, man. A character like Aizen that kind of tries to play off the idea that he's sort of this all-encompassing greater than thou being that is just superior to everybody in every single way, and almost does a metaphorical my dick is the size of a fucking horse's schlong. I just don't like it, man. Like, at least I don't like it when it feels like it's not properly justified. Like, nothing that Aizen has really done really justifies this idea for me, at least. Yeah, he tries way too hard, man. I like a villain like Madara, where you can tell the guy is extremely smart, and you can tell that, like, he can set up a plan that can essentially, you know, get him to a specific point in the future, but he has no control over what's going to happen within the context of that plan, and kind of just goes along with it as soon as he's resurrected. I kind of like that. Have a good one, Lapis. I hope you have a good rehearsal, dude. Seriously. Thanks for showing up, by the way. I really do appreciate you, Lapis. So, let's see. You think Yuha Baja does it better? No, Yuha Baja's not a genius in the slightest bit. He's just overpowered, man. He's just overpowered, man, with goals that I still don't fully understand. I will be honest. Let me go actually get some napkins just in case, and I do want to refill my glass of water. One sec. Dude, I hate like this like the following week after being sick, when like all you have to really do is just get rid of like the large mucus buildup that you still got. I hate this portion of being sick, man. I think I probably hate it more than, well, actually I don't hate it more than being sick. It's just more annoying. I don't think Madara tries too hard, by the way. He got manipulated at the end and it's feel bads, but hey. Johan Liebert is perfect but unpopular example. Things just work out for him sometimes. I'm more annoyed by the insane amount of glaze that he receives. That's fair. Honestly, when you see a character, you kind of understand what their whole shtick is, and you don't kind of get where all the glaze is coming from. I feel the same way about Itachi. Like, I at least can get with Itachi where people are coming from, but, like, even then. Surprised we aren't on the 1166 spoilers. We're not going to check out spoilers. I don't do spoilers. Madara definitely rolled with the punches, knew his name, had enough clout, someone who would Edo Tensei's him one day. I respect the confidence. Yeah, like, with Madara, I was more so, I just need to corrupt these individuals enough so that this plan goes along swimmingly. And if it doesn't, I kind of failed to do what I needed to do. You know what I mean? Being sick sucks. I got COVID twice. First time felt like I was going to die in the first few days. Ooh, that sucks, dude. I had COVID 2, maybe 3 times, and it was always from fucking family, dude. I don't really usually see my family a lot, but hey, I guess they had it. We just didn't know, and I got it from them. What the fuck was the last thing I got, by the way? What was the last thing we checked out in Bleach? I think it was around here. Let's check out the Clorox 1,000-Year Blood War. What was the last chapter, Rooney? 514. What chapter are we at now? Oh, 514. Okay. So we just go ahead 4. Never even imply that Itachi's glaze isn't ever deserved ever again. It's not, but yeah. Itachi gets overhyped beyond what he is. He's a great character and is strong, but raised so high, it makes him annoying. I think that the issue with Itachi is that because he's never put in a scenario where he's like truly pushed to the brink, or like where he's truly pushed to go all out while also being healthy. Like even with Kabuto he couldn't do it. So I guess for him it's just like there's always like this weird room of like Itachi stands can kind of always say that, like, they always have like that extra room to say that, like, well, a full power Itachi is probably the most dangerous character in Naruto. From what I'm getting is that you want your villains to be a little moral heroes that have come to overcome obstacles. Not necessarily immoral heroes that have to overcome obstacles. It's not so much that. I don't really care about ill or like any of that stuff. I can mess with a hero that, like, for example, is just pure evil. I like Frieza. Like, Frieza's a bit basic to me, but I do like him. I don't think that there's anything wrong with what he does. He's just a personification of pure evil. I'm fine with a character that is just straight up evil for the sake of being evil. I feel like more often than not, people just forget that you can still have it might not be the most interesting, but you can just have a character that's straight up pure evil as long as the execution of what makes them evil is done well. It's all about execution. With Aizen, I feel like there's, again, something there. It's just the execution isn't there for everybody. There are people that, again, if you just kind of just look at Aizen, you're like, oh my, if you're just like looking at Bleach for the first time and you look at Aizen and you're like, oh my god, this is so fucking cool, he's so smart, he's so cool, blah, 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 and the smugness doesn't get to you. I mean, it's fine. I probably would have made Aizen a bit less smug. I probably would have made it so that I probably would have said a lot less that he had planned all of this along, and then probably would have just had like a character at some point say, wait, don't tell me you've had every single thing planned all along, and then just have him go into like a quick monologue of like everything that he has had all up until this point. Maybe that would have been better than him like doing that sporadically throughout all of the arcs where he kind of shows up in. I don't know, man. I would have like done it slightly differently if it were me. To mysterious illnesses that are incurable, because you can't show a character that powerful to be that strong off the start, or else it kind of makes everything else feel harder to write. A lot of the times you kind of just want to weaken the strong characters just because it makes writing easier. You can make a character, you should know Itachi solos Jubidara. Oh, you're right, he just has to hit him with the Totsuka blade, I believe that. You can also say, can I say the shorts are nice because it brings traction to the videos, just a few when randomly scrolling. Hey, that's lovely, Han. I like the fact that like people at least are like we're getting the shorts. By the way, we're just gonna be chatting for a little bit. I know that we're only like 20 minutes in, but like I usually like the start of the streams to be a bit of a chat with us. I do want to actually see how much they're at, because I noticed that like within the first hour or so, the first one I put up had over like 1,000 views, which is great. Okay, 20k views already, dude. Let me see where the videos are at. Like, did any of the videos get any extra views? 9.2k. Okay, it's going up. It's going up. It was at 1k. It's going up by a little bit. I love that. Love that. We're getting. It's nice to see that like the videos are honestly getting slightly more of an increase. I'll probably do one for like Magellan, Crocodile versus Gaara, and even Gojo. Actually, I want to do one for this, but it doesn't matter because this one got demonetized and this one got like copyright claimed. Man, I might actually re-upload this one. Actually, no, I can't re-upload this one because maybe I could. I just have to like break apart the instance that like got copyright struck, and then I can just edit over that. I'll probably just do that. Glad your views are getting up for sure. Yeah. FTL One Piece is that contentious? What are you talking about? Well, it just shows up for people. It's not so much that. Supplementary materials like Color Walk 6, the Oda considers Garp, Sengoku, Roger to be in the same class or roughly in power during their prime. Okay. Cool. I don't believe that about Sengoku. I have no reason to believe that, but sure. It's just I think I usually view supplementary materials as like extra stuff that could help out, but I don't need to take it as seriously. I'm starting to fall into that with like the data books and stuff. I do not think that Yu Habaha is a better villain than Aizen. No. He. Ooh, that wasn't because I'm sick. That was I think because, you know, like when you're swallowing, when like you're swallowing and like a little bit of spit goes down like the wrong pipe. Who was that? Anyway, nope. I don't think that Yu Habaha is a better villain than Aizen. I think he's more overpowered, but I don't think that he's better. I don't know why I would consider Yu Habaha as a better villain. He kind of just shows up at the end. The whole little parallel between him and Zangetsu or whatever doesn't really speak up to him being the final villain or anything. He just feels like, oh, Soul King's quote unquote son, blah blah blah, wants to. I don't get his reason behind anything that he does. I really don't. Even Stein, I was actually surprised when Stein brought it up. It was like, yeah, like Yu Habaha's like wishes of like getting rid of death doesn't even make sense to him, and he really likes the series. Have you stayed away from, as you said you would avoid? You know what's crazy? I have not even looked at manga since the weekend started, dude. I had a birthday dinner I needed to go to, and I think I spent Saturday hanging out with a friend after taking care of some stuff. And I basically spent all day yesterday just doing the editing. What about Yu Habaha in payoff as a villain? I don't know. What do you mean by like in payoff? Like, what? Like, was the payoff of Yu Habaha as a villain like worth it? No, because Yu Habaha as a villain is kind of muddied by the fact that he loses to a Deus Ex Machina. I don't think that there's any payoff when it comes to Yu Habaha as a villain. Kubo wrote him to be so overpowered that, or at least Kubo couldn't find a way to like write around it. He had to not only Deus Ex Machina him away, but then like even in moments where like you feel like Ichigo could like do something impressive or whatever, Yu Habaha just kind of goes out of his way to like, oh, I already foresaw this. I already foresaw that. I already foreseen everything. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters to me. Blah 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 blah, and I'm just like, okay, cool. I guess. I've never even read this shit. Please have sex with me. Wow, rent a girlfriend's crazy. What's about done? Like I don't know. Yu Habaha just doesn't seem like anything even remotely impressive to me in terms of a villain. Payoff as a threat? Yeah, I mean he's a threat. Yeah, but again, what's the payoff as a threat? Let me put it like this. It's the same thing as, like, what is the payoff of Madara being the threat? It's, like, the same thing as, like, what the fuck is the payoff of Madara being the threat when, like, at the end, Madara gets written off, right? Like, he just becomes Kaguya, right? Like, the guy that essentially had orchestrated and planned this entire thing was actually just another pawn in everything. You know what I mean? Like, that's not satisfying to me, at least, like, from the perspective of what the payoff of a villain is, right? Like, when you see this happen to your villain, and God, I hope that fucking Oda does not do this with Emu and Blackbeard. When you see this fucking face for your villain, like, oh, they just didn't know what the fuck just happened, that's automatically destroys the entire potential of the payoff. It just destroys it completely. At that point, there's no point for payoff, in my opinion. Like, this completely destroys the entire payoff. It's like, oh, I just didn't see this coming. That's what I lose to? Yeah, fine. Madara is a worse version of Rocks. I don't know about that. Doesn't get written off. I know he doesn't get written off, but it's the same thing. He just... This is his write-off right here. Madara's ending isn't even bad. Yeah, but it doesn't feel good. It might not be bad, and I wouldn't necessarily call this bad per se. Again, the Kaguya stuff kind of makes sense, but it's like, I don't give a shit about Kaguya. Who gives a shit about this woman? I don't care about her. She was brought up like what, 30 chapters ago? 40 chapters ago? She was brought up 40 chapters ago, and I'm supposed to just care about her now? Oh, this was all orchestrated by her? She's a fucking bumbling idiot who has a son that's lived for over 1,000 years. Why the fuck do I care about her? So what if instead Blackbeard gets kind of a reversal? Imu just foils his scheme in such a way. That's also fine. I mean, hey, listen, if Blackbeard ends up not becoming the final... I told you before, if Blackbeard ends up not becoming the final villain, though, I don't think that'll be the case. I really don't. Blackbeard is only meant to, like, really fight Luffy towards the end of the series anyway. I just hope that... Here's the thing. I have faith in Oda. Something that I've often found that, like, when I get disappointed by stuff like this... Oda's a writer that I feel like I can have that faith for these things to not happen. Yeah, the final conversation's fine. It feels a little bit anticlimactic, like, oh, Hashirama, I'm dying. I guess I probably kind of fucked up, didn't I? Yeah, you kind of wild out, little bro. Well, you know what? That's fine. That's fine, Hashirama. I guess I can now die in peace knowing that, you know, maybe things will turn out in such a way. I mean, I got what I wanted, right? Everyone hates me, therefore now everyone wants to, like, join up together or whatever. I don't know, man. What was the final conversation? Let me read through that real quick. Okay, let's see. Is that you, Hashirama? I guess neither you nor I could achieve what we wanted. It's never that easy. Our job is to do all we can with what we do while we're alive, and then bequeath the rest for the future generation to accomplish. So simplistic as usual. You were always optimistic, but perhaps that is the correct way. My dream was squashed, but yours is still relevant and ongoing. We were both too hasty. We didn't need to fulfill our dreams ourselves. It was important to cultivate those who could come afterwards, which means I would have failed anyway, since I've always hated having someone stand behind me. When we were kids, you were once a shinobi we never know when we might die. That for neither side to die, we both have to reveal our true intentions and pour each other our drinks to toast like brothers. We're both about to die right now. We can drink as war buddies. War buddies, huh? Well, I guess that's okay by me. Yeah, this is fine. This is a good conversation. Imu and Blackbeard have the potential for being final villains, but Blackbeard being more of the final rival for One Piece works well too. I agree with that. If you bring up a new character in an arc as the big bad guy behind the prior arcs and then taken care of in the same arc, it's just poor writing. Yeah, the writing is just not great when you have a character essentially being name dropped in the same arc. As a matter of fact, there's actually a better way of me explaining it. Let's talk about Madara Uchiha, right? Madara's a character, again, I would say that is like a perfect comparison of, like, genius in the sense that, like, a genius can't account for every single fucking thing that will ever fucking happen, right? They can account for 1,000 things, but at the end of the day, there's too many factors that you know, are just completely out of their control, and they just kind of have to hope, right? I feel like that's part of, like, being a part of, like, what writing a genius is all about, right? That, like, the character is willing to, it's not just, oh, I'm very smart, I figured out a counter to this ability or a counter to, like, this super specific situation. It's more so an issue of, like, how can I mitigate any potential divergence in my plan that I have like no control over, right? How can I construct a plan in such a way that will have the least amount of variance between the result and what it is that I'm trying to achieve, right? And even then, if there are situations where my plan isn't panning out as perfectly as possible, how can I adapt my way around it? I feel like that's a better way of writing a genius character. But in Madara's case, it's not just about him being smart. It's about the fact that he was consistently being name dropped, especially throughout early portions of Shippuden, like when Kurama essentially looks at Sasuke when he's having, like, that whole inner interaction with Naruto, and he's saying things along the lines of, like, oh, hey, your eyes, they're just as similar to Madara Uchiha. Madara Uchiha was a shinobi that was feared even within the Uchiha. He was somebody that fought the first Hokage. Madara Uchiha has a name so reputable that it can essentially start a war in and of itself by somebody just calling themselves that, right? Things like that essentially are immense build-up for a character, and then some would say that this is the payoff. Some would say that Madara's return after being, like, Edo Tensei is the payoff, but I disagree. I don't think that that's necessarily the payoff. I think that this is a part of the execution, but it's still a part of the build-up, right? Because this is the first time that we ever get to see a character like Madara. And Madara is someone who, like, lives up to the name, right? He's someone who is essentially glazed for bits and pieces of the story, but then again continues on to sort of show that, like, okay, the glaze wasn't just glaze, it was just facts, right? When motherfuckers were talking about Madara from the grave, they weren't talking shit. No. They woke up that day, and instead of speaking English or Japanese, they were speaking facts. Like, it's one of those cases where, like, okay, Madara, and actually, let's look at Madara's plan for a second, right? Madara awakens the Rinnegan, right? He didn't exactly plan it, but close to his death, he ended up awakening the Rinnegan and was able to keep himself up for a while, right? He needed to find an Uchiha, somebody with the potential to not so much rival him, but essentially, you know, be someone who can he can get to a point where they can be strong enough to complete everything that he needs them to do, right? In that case, it was Obito. So what does he do? He essentially sows the seeds that would essentially make Obito go to the dark side. Essentially says, all right, you kind of have learned everything I need you to learn. You kind of have the ideas of the plan, right? All I need you to do is sort of carry things out and then bring me back to life. This is the jutsu. This is all you need to do. Put his eyes inside some random Uzumaki kid. Made everyone think that the Uzumaki kid was essentially the next sage of the Six Paths. Not really. And then, you know, things didn't pan out well. He got revived as Zenitsu Tensei. He wasn't fully revived. But hey, it's fine. He got revived with the Rinnegan and with style. And it kind of just turned out well for him in a sense. It's perfect for him. The problem is Kaguya stealing the scene and Shizetsu coming out of nowhere. That's the thing. I feel like everything with Madara was fine. It was just Kaguya taking over. As a matter of fact, I would have probably have liked it if like partway through, Madara's will was still so powerful, he said, I'm not going to be a toy by your mechanisms, Kaguya. And you can see like this weird divide where instead of Kaguya sort of destabilizing and becoming a giant rabbit thing with the ETSO, I probably would have had it like a moment of weakness. Kaguya ends up actually losing control of the body to Madara. I probably would have liked it if Kaguya ends up losing control of the body to Madara, and now Madara has all of her power in addition to his own power, in addition to all of this massive, like this just massive scale, right? I feel like that probably would have been better and it would have made Kaguya feel worse as a villain, but again, for like the 5 Kaguya fans that like her more than Madara, go cry about it. That everyone would have liked that more. I don't mind if like 5 or 10 people end up getting cucked out of like Kaguya being the main villain and her feeling, and just the whole situation of her feeling bad over Madara taking the character back and essentially having a moment where even the shinobi goddess can't simply control someone like him. I think that would have been cool. I think that would have been sick. I think that would actually be really cool for a fight like that. Describing rocks after Dami Reverse Eye. That better not be. I'm gonna be honest with you. That better not be a spoiler for the chapter 166. That seriously, like I don't mess with that kind of stuff if that's a spoiler. But anyway,
Madara had potential. Madara had a lot of potential. I feel like Aizen did in a lot of ways, but I don't know. Kubo sometimes can't write, so yeah, it is what it is. All right. Oh, I was reading the Ichigo stuff. Echo again? Is it still back? Is it still back? Echo still... What the fuck, man? How does it sound now? We're good? Are we good now? What the fuck is happening? I don't understand what that issue is. I don't understand what the issue is. The mic's not messed up. Can't be the mic. Is it my headphones? It might be also because I have it loud. I don't know. I'm gonna lower it. I don't know, that would kind of made Madara too powerful, and he would just can't, and he can't unite the world. Also, he would either have the same motivation as Sasuke or just be motivationless. I don't know about motivationless. He's still trying to carry out his plan. He can still just try to carry it out. It's happening because Elian, can you please later on stream react to pushing Minecraft Steve to this theoretical limit? No, I don't want to watch stuff about Minecraft. I really don't want to watch that. I don't think the Yamamoto fight with Royd was bad. That's fine. When are you gonna reveal? When are you gonna reveal his true form? What true form? Did Naruto even defeat Madara's ideology? I'm genuinely trying to remember. Kind of. Leave the stuff for the future. Hey, what's up, Mari Kuwami? Garling sneaked Zebek. Jithin, I swear to God, if that is a spoiler, I'm literally gonna time you out. Is that a spoiler? Just say yes or no right now. That better not have been a fucking spoiler, dude. I swear to God, that better not have been a spoiler. I don't fuck with that shit, man. No, I don't fuck with spoilers, dude. It's a spoiler. I don't care for rewrites because rewrites are fan made, and at the end of the day, sure, somebody else can rewrite the entirety of Bleach. I know that one guy on YouTube ends up doing. I know that one guy on YouTube does like rewrites for like Naruto parts and stuff like that. I don't care for that kind of content. And it's not to say that like the person isn't like talented enough or like can fix a lot of the issues. And it's not to say that like if I did check it out, I wouldn't like it just for the simple fact that it's a spoiler. They could probably fix a lot of my issues, and I could probably be like, this would have been peak. But at the end of the day, it's a woulda, shoulda, coulda, but didn't. At the end of the day, it's just a situation where. It's just a situation where this could have been what the manga was, and it simply isn't, and it's not canon, so why the fuck should I care in the end of the day? I don't know about Boruto being a giant middle finger to Naruto fans. I think it's fine overall, but I can see why people are upset by it. As someone who did try to give the anime a try before he dropped it 30 episodes in. Yeah, it's good to me, but yeah, I can agree. It's odd type of content where it's like, I think the part of it that would make me feel of anything, I think that like the biggest thing that would make me feel of anything is just like frustration. You know what I mean? I think I just feel frustration because it's like, these are the same issues that I have with a series. You're just fixing a lot of my personal issues, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter whatsoever because none of this is canon. So I'm just watching some dude essentially call out a lot of the things that I probably had issues with, or probably even call out things that I didn't know could have been done better. Why KCM Naruto makes no sense. Makes her mark at Evo France. Hey, she's a Lily player. Good for her. But anyway. You should announce that you're streaming. I probably should. Boruto's fantastic. I don't know about fantastic. I don't think it's fantastic either. I think Boruto is okay. Boruto with no filler is kind of good. Okay, groups. Stuff that is completely irrelevant to what I care about. Do you think it was right for us to remain here in the 4th Division building? If we had set out across the Serite ourselves, we could have saved more Isane. You must not get at an emotion cloud. Your words, it would be all too easy to abound our station out of fear and anxiety, but I do not believe that you are foolish to not understand. This is a course of action we must take. We must not take. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. How can I be so stupid? I should know that Captain Unohana, more than me, more than anyone, must have longed to save them all. There is no need for tears, Isane. Do not leave the 4th Division building no matter what. That was the final order left to us by Captain Commander. Yeah. Here you go. According to the spirit signal we received short while ago from Urahara and Huecomundo, Kiskarahari, no, are all saved. Yet we achieved audio. We will contact you soon. They're in goodness. Hey, let go of me. Captain would never fall in battle. Yeah. Ichigo-san, you come here too. I'll heal you up. Don't worry about me. I've been given basic first aid treatment. You can focus on people who really need it. That won't do it. I can't tell you're badly injured. Ichigo, Rukia and Abarai's operations have finished. For the most critical injuries for which Reiatsu healing should not suffice, I have operated and applied spiritual stitching. For the moment, the immediate danger has passed. Their condition is stabilized. Well, then, please call me. These are spirits, dude. Why do spirits... There's another part of the thing that I have, like, an issue with, which is, like, why do spirits have internal organs, and why do you need to cause an operation on them? I never understood that. But there's some power scaling, and it feels weird for Madara to be the same when his whole world fell apart. Or would Naruto join in One Piece? Or group would Naruto join in One Piece? Because you're saying that he would join the Marines. It makes no sense. He would join the Revolutionary Army, in my opinion. I could honestly see Naruto as a Marine. I could probably see Naruto as like an admiral. I could probably see it. Personally, a bad idea. Ironic for One Piece in the early days is a villain who can coat their hair in hockey and shoot it out like a porcupine for no reason. Something explained in the light novels. Is it really? Those spirits also die. Yeah, it's always been weird. To answer why do spirits have organs, you're going to have to get into a Gnostic Neoplatonism and early Catholic metaphysics. Sure. I'm not kidding, by the way. I imagine that. Ruki, should you really be talking right now? Listening? Okay, I don't care about any of this. Takame, the Soul Society to protect his soul. Well, what did you expect? You really managed. Have a little pride in yourself, don't you? Hiroko, Kurosaki-sama, Kurotsuchi would like to see you here, busy. Why do you think Ichigo had such a pained look on his face just now? It sounds like he pretty much tough time. He'll be all worn out. Is that really what you think? Is hiding something serious, trying to bear it alone? I feel as though there's something more, as though he's hiding something more serious. What is he hiding? It seems that the body of the captain commander could not be found. It was annihilated at the hands of the enemy. I bring you a report. Captain Kenpachi Zaraki have both recovered to an extent from their near-fatal injuries. However, it seems unlikely that they will be able to continue to fulfill their captain duties. Indeed, changes will regain conditioning. You may leave. I am in no mood to hear such reports right now. Do you not see? The captain commander has passed away. How can we be expected to accept anything more than this? Calm down. How embarrassing yourself. Embarrassing myself, you say. You people have borne a grudge against the captain commander all along, and this is the only reason you can remain so calm. Excuse me? Enough, Soifone. Do not presume you are the one who feels like... You're the only one who feels like screaming out. Yeah, honestly, Soifone, this crash out, not really necessary. Oh, but the captain commander died, Eon. How can you expect her to not freak out? This dude is just giving a report. Why the fuck are you crashing? This is why I don't like Soifone. She's such a fucking bitch, dude. She does not have a likable personality. The only person that she fucking glazes and even remotely smiles at is Yoruichi, sure. But then it's like, what the fuck is the point of having the quote-unquote assassination corps if they're just glorified messengers, and then she fucking freaks out when they're doing their goddamn job? Jesus Christ, what an unlikable fucking character. What an unlikable fucking character, dude. Jesus Christ, man. You're not even really a powerful combatant. Why the fuck are you captain? I swear to God, whatever the like requirements are for being captain. I don't know if Soifone really needs it, especially like, but she unlocked Bankai. I don't give a shit. Her Bankai sucks. It's just Big Boom, and that's coming from someone who likes Big Boom. Enough fighting. If Yamaji could see us right now, you'll all be in right for a beating. Crying and screaming in front of a dead man's belongings is a sheer shame that sends out shivers down my spine. That's what he'd say. Kyoraku, why are you the Gotei 13? Dude doesn't not exist to mourn the deceased or to cry over damage done. It exists to protect the Soul Society. Yeah, and the Soul Society is essentially a fucked up pigsty where everybody's poor but you fuckers. You're not here to protect the Soul Society. You're here to protect the Serite itself. You're here to protect all your fucking buildings. That's all you're here for, dude. I thought the fucking point of the Gotei 13 was to protect the human realm, not the fucking buildings that you guys have. This is so stupid. We are the Gotei 13 after all? Yeah. Yeah, and someone on the comment section told me to complain that Ichigo did not learn any Hados would make Ichigo narratively inconsistent. Why? Complain that Ichigo did not learn any Hados would make... Are you trying to tell me that, like, you saw somebody complaining about if Ichigo did learn Hados, it would make it narratively inconsistent? Or are you talking about if Ichigo not learning Hados means that it's narratively inconsistent? Because I'm not sure what you're trying to say by this. I think he should have probably have learned something. Yeah, on TikTok, I mean, TikTok is TikTok. I really don't... But what do you want me to tell you about TikTok? TikTok is TikTok, dude.
Speaking of Soifon, Kubo answered that she has no skills in healing, aka Kaido, alongside other guys. I'll update. I've actually seen a short about that. Yeah, she's one of the few captains that can't do any of that stuff. And especially Wanze, bro, made Sanji use his hands, and the only few rare times where not even Queen made him pull out his hands. Yeah. Soul Reapers also suck at their jobs, considering how bad the Hollow population was getting at the beginning of the series. Yep. I'll tell you, we are all here. Impossible. What's that supposed to mean? You fixed your own Zanpakuto after it broke, didn't you? Foolish boy, I did not heal my Zanpakuto, I remodeled it. The only thing that you can heal a Zanpakuto is its own wielder's force of will, Reiatsu. And the time required to infuse the Zanpakuto with Reiatsu is the only way. Alright, so you're saying I've got to take it with me and fix it myself. Yeah, in that case, I wasn't finished speaking, boy. The explanation I just gave you relates to one Shikai. The destruction of Shikai and the destruction of Bankai hold different, quite different meanings. A destroyed Bankai can never be restored to its original form. Naturally, there are exceptions. Komamura Sajin's Bankai Koku Tengen Myo has an extremely powerful bond with its wielder, and as a result, any damage to Bankai is affected as wounds on the user's body, a great disadvantage. Yeah, that's so fucking stupid. Wait. You're telling me that the reason why Komamura takes damage from his own Bankai is because he has a very strong... What the fuck is the point of having a strong bond then? You're telling me that when it comes to Bleach, I have to have a strong bond with my Zanpakuto, but I can't have too strong of a bond, or else if the Zanpakuto takes damage, I take damage? That's fucking stupid. However, in return, once the user heals, the wounds of Bankai is also restored. That's so fucking dumb. Once the user's wounds are healed, the Bankai itself is also restored. This is just repeated again. But this is the only exception I have thus far found. As for the Bankai of Madarame Ikaku, which was destroyed during the battle with Edrad Leonis, it seems that Akon was able to forcibly restore its original shape. But it possesses but a fraction of its original power. Ikaku has a Bankai? Ah, yes, I recall I was asked to keep his as secret. Well, it hardly matters. Then what about Renji's Bankai? I heard that his Bankai was destroyed in battle with Byakuya. Have you counted the individual sections of his Bankais formed? The section of Hiyō Zabimaru that were destroyed by Byakuya Kuchiki remain destroyed to this day. Would best fit in Naruto? Probably Blackbeard. Blackbeard is probably the best case. Kubo let Ichigo ignore the aspect of the power system, and he told me Ichigo had no time to learn Hados, and he was made to want to take the time and learn it. I think Ichigo could have probably taken the time. It probably would have just taken him a while. What the hell? What am I supposed to... out of my way. Somebody stopped me. Uchi days. I crashed onto someone. Wait, are you... Who am I? I haven't seen me in a while. You've forgotten me already? Think a little harder. Who am I, Adorable? You're looking like the king of New York, Kon-sama. I see. You sure have grown quite a lot. Don't do that. I know someone's trying to put a good spin on awful side. You gotta listen to me, Ichigo. The things I've been through since you last saw me. He got smaller. Get him, boys. Wait, what are we... Oh, he doesn't change the subject. Where are we? Beep, beep. I see. As much expected. Very well. I will be there shortly. You should come along. Kurosaki Ichigo, prudent visitors. It seems Division 0 is underway. Squad 0. Sure. Let's take this in. And vice versa. Orochimaru would probably be a really good One Piece villain. He'd probably fit in very well as a One Piece villain. The one cat dude that was scheming to kill Usopp's girlfriend feels like an early Naruto villain. It's funny because Mayu really lied. If you double check, Renji's Bankai was completely destroyed, not certain sections. Let's see. When did that happen? When did that happen? Okay. Let's see. That was like around what? 180? It's like around, yeah, that was like around what? 180, 170. Let's go to like chapter 180. Now let's go back. We'll go to like what? 150? Let's go down to 145. Let's go down to 140. What are you researching for? I'm just reading through Bleach. He did destroy sections of his own Bankai. He did destroy sections of it. Yeah. Yeah. Me curious if you were gonna appear on a One Piece Jeopardy show, how well would you think you can do? Nonsensical and no logic behind it. I think it depends. I'm not really good at like Jeopardy. I think I'd do pretty well. I think I get a decent amount of points. Captain Kuro, yeah, that's his name, and he'd probably be some kind of ninja. To be fair, we already have Caesar Clown, who's a goofy Orochimaru. Yeah, that's kind of why I thought of actually Orochimaru. Mostly because of Caesar Clown. I feel like One Piece is dark enough to where like they can have child experimentation. So, which has better world building slash lore, Naruto or Bleach? Naruto. I would 100% argue Naruto. Naruto's world building at least doesn't require you to read supplementary material in order to understand it better. With Bleach, you kind of do. I don't think Bleach's world building is all that great. I think well, it's fine. I think the world building is fine, actually. It's suitable, but there are things that still, like, I wonder, like, why it doesn't matter at all. Like, you know, see right here where, like, there's, like, a giant, like, side of, like, the Serite walls? Why don't we see more of the giant dudes? Why, like, they only seem to matter outside of the Serite, but as soon as, like, when anybody strong shows up within the Serite, whenever anybody shows within the Serite, like, those giants are just completely irrelevant. You know what I mean? It just feels weird. One Piece has child experimentation like multiple times. Yeah. Yuriko, you were here to watch? Came down. Where's Squad Zero gonna come from? In fair, I'm surprised he showed before now. With the state the Serite's in. Where the heck do they live normally? In the Soul King's Palace? Yep. In Soul King's Palace, Kiriako-san. What is the Soul King's Palace? Isn't it a place within the Serite? Think back to when you first came. Do you remember the walls that fell from the sky? Since times have been harsh for Serite, since then we have remained in place. They have remained in place indefinitely, but ordinarily the walls are intended to surround the Serite only in case of emergencies. So think now, if the walls protect the Serite only in case of an emergency, where do you protect the rest of the time? Look up. They're coming. Yeah. I actually did plan on doing some scripting. Like within like another hour, within about another hour and a half, I do plan on like actually starting up Naruto versus Luffy. I'm actually going to start up downloading images from early Naruto and essentially just creating like portions of the script. Unit 731. What's Unit 731? The Tenchi Uren is how Squad Zero get about. All members of Squad Zero are inside. All of them, but it's so thin. Squad Zero doesn't have any ordinary soldiers. It has only 5 members, all of them captains. And what's more, the combined power of those are greater than the entire Gote 13, which is crazy. I'm pretty sure it was from one of the Bleach novels. Oh yeah. We're here, finally here. Squad Zero's officially in the house. Man, it's been a while handing kitty wings to the Gote 13. I hope you've been eating, sleeping, and staying healthy. I gotta admit, this is not what I expected at all. Hello, Death. It's good to see you again, stranger. Is Hiyori-chan not with you today? How rare. See me again. Who the heck are you? Wait, Hiyori-chan? What are you talking about? You haven't forgotten little old me. It's me. Remember? Kirio. What? Kirio-san. You've certainly, I'd say, changed only. I ain't half of it. Are you even the same person? Oh, Shinji. You silly little dear. It's just the same as I always was. Dear me, I'm hungry. It's been a while. Eh, Unohana? So how is things? I hope you're still making good use of the healing techniques I taught you. But of course. You sure about that? Look to me like there have been an awful lot of people dying around here. What do you have to say for yourself? I don't need any of this. Actually, you know what? I do need their introductions.
Go for you. You understand things have to catch up, but they can wait. Well, Squad Zero, you haven't changed a bit, eh, monk? So, what business does it come here? You must be Kurosaki Ichigo. We come here to rebuild the Go Soul 13. First of all, Kurosaki Ichigo, we must take you to the palace. This is preposterous. I don't know how distinguished Squad Zero are, but they're sitting around doing nothing in Soul King's Palace while the Serite ends up in this state. Now they think they can just come in and rebuild. Preposterous is putting it lightly. Hey, oh, shut up. How did he move like that? If anyone ought to be complaining here, it's us. Your organization called the Gote 13, right? Then you know what that means. Our job is to defend the Soul King's Palace. Your job is to defend the Seritate. You call yourselves the defenders of the Seritate, but how come you come to us when you can't do your own job? Gote 13 my ass. That goddamn hurts. I told you all already. Idle talk can wait. First, we must settle what we can come here to do. That will not be necessary. I have already gathered all the items that we were sent to retrieve. All that remains is Kurosaki Ichigo. Now, this will not do. The individuals within those spheres are Kuchiki Byakuya, yes. All three of those are too delicate to leave the Serite. I cannot allow you to take them, but that's exactly what we're going to do and take them, ain't it? You've ought to have figured it out by now. Your skills are never going to be enough to bring these three back to full health. Kuchiki Byakuya especially. If he stays here, he'll die. I guarantee it. You can't handle this. I'll heal them. Damn. He really said, Unohana, you're trash at healing. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Tenzangetsu, that sphere is not. So you infiltrated my laboratory. You never did know how to show proper respect. Oh, why, if it isn't young Mayuri, I see you two have retained the propensity for exaggeration. Infiltrated, you say. I simply placed my hand against the door and opened it quite freely, although I did note that the lock was rather looser than in the days when I was here. Damn. Yeah, it's probably going to need a burn soon. To get an idea of how evil UNIT is, it was in World War II. They experimented a lot of biological weapons on living test subjects, slowly, piece by piece of a person. That's crazy. Hold on a minute. If you're taking those people to treat their wounds, why would you take me along? I'm not wounded as badly as they are, and I can just heal up to Serite. This we know. It is for a different reason we must take you to the Soul King Palace. Different reason? Thank goodness. I'm not really a Squad Zero fan either. Can no longer require your assistance. Kurosaki, you should take action on your own. This current serve. Exactly what truly thinks of acting for anybody but himself. He might run away. If he truly acts according to his own deepest wishes, I can say for sure that his actions will ultimately result in protecting us all. And of course, Kurosaki himself understands that act better than anyone. The other role can you fix my Tenzas on Getsu? That's not possible. We can't heal it. We cannot heal your blade. Power of spiritual technique plays no existence. Using those techniques, we should be able to forge your blade into something close to its original form. Alright, then take me with you to Soul King Palace. The heck am I doing in a place like this? A place like this, the hell you mean, you duns? Anyway, greet an old friend. If you keep up that attitude, lunch is off. On lunch, indeed. The spirit does not possess any means of returning the Soul King by itself. What the hell not? I thought you had super spirit technology. Indeed, but there are powerful spiritual techniques in the Spirit Palace that exist nowhere else. Please do not repeat yourself like last time. It makes sense when you make that. You think Kajaku and Ganju? I don't see him at all. If Ganju he recently grew to size, to a massive size and turned into stone, so I put him into holding my banner. Could at least try to make it sound believable. Alright, let's see the sun. Alright, yeah, they shoot him off. There he goes. You're alright with this? Yeah. If he doesn't go, the Soul Society will be doomed when the next attack comes. We have to let him do this, even if our uncle ends up shedding tears as a result. What the fuck? Better not half-ass it. Don't forget, you still owe me for taking you in from the streets of Rukongai. Where she get off acting all high and mighty. Give it everything you've got, Ganju. When the next battle comes, you're going to be going out there whether you like it or not. Damn right. Ganju didn't really do much though, did he? Doesn't make him feel fully human and a hint of how shady he is. Yeah, he's too nice. We know a lot about human body because of the unit and abhorrent experiments and even released diseases, a catalog, Japan, fuck shit. Ooh. Related to Ichigo? She's like a cousin sis. Shiba Kukaku. Ichibe, so don't know his current from the later years. Yeah, I can see that. Okay, I already got the image. I feel lucky, practically unheard for an ordinary Shinigami set for here, though. I suppose referring you to as ordinary would be less accurate. This is a place where Aizen wanted to reach. Went through all those lengths. Yep. I thought it was impossible to enter the Spirit Palace without a key or an Oaken. I haven't seen you use any key. This is it. The Oaken. The Oaken refers to the very bones of the members of Squad Zero. They are transformed by the Soul King's powers when we are chosen for this position. As a result, there are two ways to gain entry to the palace. They are permitted entry by our will and to enter alongside us. Aizen Sosuke attempted to create the Oaken. In other words, he attempted to use the spiritual powers to create none other than us ourselves, to create life, murder the Soul King, and take the seed of God for himself was his plan. Yeah. Aizen Sosuke, truly that man is the very embodiment of evil. However, be warned, Kurosaki Ichigo, the evil of the Quincy we now face will surely eclipse even his. Sure. Alright, in good position. Let's start off. I'm going to blast you off. Don't think of even moving or else you'll die. That's a fact. 3, 2, 1. Wait, hold on a second. What's the problem? Why don't you explain what the heck is going on before sending me flying to the Soul King? What, are you an idiot? Wake up and see some sense. As if like so you would be allowed to meet the Spirit King. God damn it, that hurts. The boy deserves a proper explanation. Now listen, while it's true that the name of the Soul Royal Palace refers to the entire space as a whole, strictly speaking, the place where we are standing right now is the Royal Palace approach, the entryway leading to the palace proper. Do you see that large cocoon-like building in the pathway? That's the main palace and the Royal Citadel, and that's where you'll find the Spirit King. And then we have 5 disc-like structures floating around the Citadel. These are the Squad Zero estates, their own personal castles. Upon each of these discs rests an entire town. The Spirit King grants each of these towns to each of us to rule an entire town. First of all, you're going to visit my home of Keating Estate, and then you're coming, and you lot are coming too. Sure. Well, this is great. Okay. That one's really noisy. Shishi Odoshi. I don't even know where to start. What the hell is all this? Shut up. Don't drop your towel off your head. What the heck are you lazing around in a hot spring? What was the point of us coming here? You came here to bathe. Whoops. Look who floated up top. Byakuya, hold it. Why are you shoving him under? The hell, he'll drown. What the hell is Byakuya doing here in the first place? Oh, shut up. There's not Byakuya, you know. You're holding him like that, like he's some kind of a turnip. Even Rukia. You're gonna make a gag about her floating like some kind of peach? Oh, shut up. If
you ain't got any gags to say, then quiet down. I'm soaking these guys in the hot spring water to clean their bodies of all the damaged Ryatsu and blood. Cleaning out their Ryatsu. You see these that red hot spring over there? That doesn't look like a hot spring. The sign says Bloody Inferno. That does it. I'd say it's about time I hurled this nicely drained out old Byakuya Kuchiki right in there. What are you thinking? Byakuya is half dead. Have you forgotten how many times I have to tell you to shut up? I drained him out in this skeletal pit and refill it in the Bloody Inferno. Repeat the process a fair few times, and in the end, all the rotten old blood and Ryatsu will be gone and replaced with the water from the hot spring. That's how my healing works. Cool. They mentioned Aizen's plan. They did. To be honest, that makes 0 sense. We'll say the anime was beautiful. Yeah, it's definitely fucked to say that like that's gonna be shown in the novels. Yeah, I don't like motivation and stuff being put in separate sources. I don't know why I couldn't just been put in the main source, the source material. To be honest, it makes no sense how he was killing 100,000 souls and as a spiritual energy place create clones. Also, it was retcon that the palace was on another dimension, but instead right above them. And that actually works. Listen, kid, I thought you were an apprentice of Urahara's. If you've been into his or playgrounds, you don't remember seeing hot springs as well. What the hell? Is this a hot spring? My wounds are healing up crazy fast. Those hot springs are results of Urahara's attempts to analyze and reproduce something close to the bats I have here. So shut up and keep soaking. With wounds as pathetic as yours, I'll have you twice as healthy as you were before you even got them by tomorrow morning. Okay. Yeah. Told you not to drop the towel. Sorry. Keep that thing on your core. Your Ryatsu will leak through your head and you will die. Okay. You have been awakened, Your Majesty. Yeah. Yeah. If you're here, all you could do is respond when no, we might have to say goodbye. Kyorako Jiro Sosa Suin Shunsui, the above individual is hereby appointed as position of the Gote 13. Yeah, you've got to be kidding me. 91, 92, 93. Ugh, okay. That's a fail for you, moron. Come on, even a kid could pull this off. Did you ever take a bath as a kid? What the hell? Why? You know what they always tell them. You've got to have your whole body underwater and count to 100. Are you more useless than a brat? Only up to the neck. What kind of a parent makes a kid shove their whole head underwater and count to 100? Don't talk back. Kazuhiro, once more and hold him down good. This time you've got it, bro. Don't take this personally, kid. Like hell, I'm gonna let you do that, Kazuo. Why you little... Hold on. What the hell was that for? It looks like you're healed, huh? Yeah. Off to the market for fried chicken and other needs. We'll be listening but not replying. It's alright, man. Hope you have a good one. The Hogyoku can just do anything. Yeah, the Hogyoku can just do anything. If you were all healed up, that would have killed you. Take a good look. No signs of wounds in either. You're right. There's nothing left for you to do here. Go in preparation for the next destination. My next. Hold on. I'm coming too. Renji, what are you talking about? Satisfied I managed to take it, yeah. Alright, if you can handle a blow for me, I guess you'll be fine. Get going. Right. Are there any other methods of traveling in this place? And off they go. Kazuo, you're feeling pretty strained. You can take off those wet kimonos. Still, I'm lost for words. If it weren't for those protective bathing garments, a woman from super spirit threat and excessive healing would have rotted our bodies apart by now. To think that those people were able to sit stark naked in the Tenjo skeletal pit and bloody pit as if there was nothing. They really are a breed apart. Yeah, I had expectations too, and I admit they surpassed them all, especially that Ichigo kid. That brat, the instant my fist made contact, he reflexively met it with a blow of his own and actually broke through my skin. Oh my. Let me just download this as well while I'm at it. They used to call me Lightning Tinju for my Ho-Oh skills, and it's not like I've lost my touch. That kid's really something else. I can see why the Soul King has taken such a liking to him.
That's right, the third seed, Okikiba, knows the first division inside out, but the Lieutenant Issei understands that better how to deal with me. I'd like to have them both support me in my new position. Preposterous. What right have you to demand the right to appoint lieutenants with their division captains? Why? Man, the right to appoint lieutenants rests with their division captain. I believe that right was granted by none other than yourselves. Captain Kuchki and the others have been sent to the Spirit Palace, and there's no way to guarantee they will return safely. Captain Roski's skills is a major asset. I cannot allow it to be wasted. Outrageous. If that man becomes any more powerful than he already is, he could lead to a rebellion and nobody could stop him. Have you forgotten when Genryusai Yamamoto got the same idea into his head and we ensured that he would relented within a single day? And we ensured that he relented within a single day. Then what would you suggest as the situation stands? The Soul Society cannot hope to survive another invasion, or do you suppose that it will only be able to protect ourselves when the time comes? That you will be able to protect yourselves. It seems that I have permission I seek. Please come in. I would like to have a matter with you. There's Araki in your hands, Captain Unohana, or should I say the first Kenpachi Unohana Yachiru. Okay. What would you do if the series you scaled had a blatant feat in the light novels or spin-off that is significantly above anything you can even argue in the main series? I mean, you can use it, but you can also just say, hey, you can use it, but one can also just say, I'm only scaling the series up until what the source material shows. Like, I don't have an issue with people saying, oh, hey, I'm only going to scale Bleach up until what the source material shows. Like, that's what I'm doing. I'm not going to fucking scale the novels. I don't give a shit about what the novels say. Granted, I probably might need to use the novels to get a better idea of the speed scaling, but besides that, I don't know, man. It really just depends on what you want to use. It's like with like the Naruto, it's like with Naruto's feat with like the whole moon. Is it part of the source material? No. Is it canon? Yeah, I mean, which is part of the reason why I always just go with, like, Naruto up until the end of the 4th Great Shinobi War. Ugh. What would you do with a series? And waste your greatest healer? Yeah, good strategic move there. And the payoff, Kenpachi only beats one single Stern Ritter. Not really worth it, nor a good plan. I guess if that single Stern Ritter is worth more than having the best healer in the Soul Society, I would assume so. I would agree with that. I would agree with Bleach having the most inconsistent speeds. Honestly, it doesn't make sense for Renji could handle a punch from that guy. I just interpret him as going easy on how weak Renji is. I don't think so. Incomprehensible to cross or scale Ichibe against Naruto or Bleach. You get underneath. Don't be an idiot. I was more badly wounded than you. You should get underneath. Stop dragging. You're still dragging that even after you're healed? How low? Oh, yeah? Well, look who's... Huh? They found me at the worst possible time. Honestly, if we had fallen on solid ground from that height, our bodies were just healed. Who knows what would have happened? Yeah. You're the only one who would have been in any trouble. Me, I could have taken the ground rolling... could have hit the ground rolling and stood it right up like it was nothing. Oh, yeah? Still, how did you end up tagging... How did that end up tagging... Blah, blah, blah. He probably hit himself inside my sleeve ages ago while everyone was distracted and he got the last place. Then when we got that last place, he was already leapt out and all excited at Hot Springs. But once he realized that nothing but muscled men, as far as the eye could see, he decided to hide inside my Shinigami ropes. Makes sense. Welcome. Okay. It's good to see you both, Ichigo-chan, Renji-chan. Welcome to my Gaton estate. I'll make sure you're very comfortable here. Is there no one but idiots in this place? Come on. Let's get nice and tasty. Sure. Oh, damn. This blows.
Try to do it, though. Try to do what? It would also be incomprehensible. Bleach scaling is just vague, and the direct statements never point towards light speed. I mean, they kind of do, but they kind of don't. Like, they kind of do, but then it's contradicted, man. I don't know. When she said she was going to make us very comfortable, I was honestly expecting she meant some kind of ridiculous training, but it looks like she wasn't kidding. You could say, wowie. Just look at all this stuff. Let's eat already. I'm famished. You idiot. Don't believe we're getting all of this for free. They're going to be ridiculous hidden training elements. What is this now? It seems that the training underworld hierarchies has been paranoid. Don't worry about a thing. The Gatonte is a temple of food. My job is to make sure your stomachs are well and truly filled. And as for you, your only job here is to fill your stomach to your heart's content. It's time to get eating. You should be outrageously hungry as expected. Dodging dight. The Aronero dodging light feet. When did that happen? I don't recall that all that well. So like 260? Is it around this point, right? 260? Yeah. He was probably, I think he reacted. It's likely that he just reacted to the crumbling wall. He didn't dodge light. He moved out of the way when the debris... Yeah, you can see right here. He didn't really dodge light. Okay, they're eating. This is so good. My chopsticks won't stop shoveling, right, Renji? I wouldn't go as far as to do that. When I see some weird stuff in this place, what the heck is this? This is... Forget the disgusting appearance. This thing is delicious as hell. Even the texture is somehow incredibly appetizing. This gorgeous sense, the wafts through the air, give it up. Listening in-depth descriptions like from an idiot like you only make the food taste worse. You're done already? I'm still up for more. You stupid. I'm not even close to finish yet. I'm just taking a break, that's all. Hey, Renji, do you think it's okay for us to be sitting around doing this? Are you moron? We fought and we were injured, and so we took ourselves baths and healing up. So we're filling our stomachs, healing injuries, making you hungry. All of pretty obvious reaction. We started without healing wounds or eating food. You'll do is kill yourself. Harsh training is only worth doing while your body's fine. Actually say stuff that makes sense sometimes. You know what he's talking about. I suppose the lieutenant's expertise does count for something. It sounds like you understood what I told you perfectly. Perfectly correct. And all that we're doing here is an ordinary preparation that anyone should do before training. It's just that here we do it on a whole different scale, the scale of the Spirit King. Our ceremonies contain the Spirit King's powers and the millions of years of history that Soul Society's built up. They're on a whole different level from the healing and eating that takes place down in the Serite. So for now, just keep acting your conditions unless you want to kill yourselves in the next estate. That is, wow, don't underestimate. It's time to move on to dessert. Oh, come to think of it, I didn't mention it. Once the meal is good and ready, I find myself a whole lot slimmer. When I prepare food, I pour all my Reiatsu into the cooking. That's why I set myself up for the rest of the time, else my body couldn't stand it. Ichigo, Renji, sure, make yourselves care. Yeah. Remember what I said, it's all about the Soul Society's history being contained in the ceremonies we perform here.
Well, all of us in this division are individuals who have created something back in the Soul Society, and the only people who the Spirit King has judged to be living embodiment of the Soul Society's history are chosen to be a part of this division. My own contribution is the invention of substitute souls and the technology that implant those souls into the body. Before I came up with them, the concept of substitute souls or Gikon didn't exist. That was the same concept as the Gikon, which would later form the basis for the Ginkongan. Okay. The most key concept involved in the Ginkongan is the ability to take foreign Reiatsu into one's own body and use it to bolster one's own power. The food you just ate was designed using that concept. There should be a whole different level of Reiatsu in your body right now than they ever have held before. If you can feel the difference even a little, that's good enough. But even so, take care as you go. Even I can't predict what the host of the next estate will do to you. Nimaya Oetsu is the master of the Ho-Oh state and is the man who created the Zanpakuto. Yeah. Made up her mind on the Negacion stuff? Not really. I really don't think about it much. I really don't think about it that much, all things considered. I don't think about Bleach far past the review I want to make and how I'm going to design it. Ichigo, Renji Abarai have arrived at the landing platform. I see. I guess there's no one around. Looks like it. Come on, how you use me. What was that supposed to mean? I could leave me behind in the last say you're the ones dragging me out here. Attention, you rivals. Take your seats. The hell's this rest? Show some respect, I say. Show some respect. Been looking at the Zanpakuto creator Namiya Oetsu. Welcome to his estate. Yeah, welcome to the estate. Anyway, your Bleach review will be honest at least. Yeah. I mean, it's going to be completely subjective. I'm just going to come at it all from because I'm going to try to make it clear to everyone that I'm like making the review on that like this really just is a subjective review. Not everyone is going to like it as a review coming after, or it's probably going to come in after because I am going to start writing Naruto versus Luffy now. I think I lost some subscribers. I think I was at 9.96 and now I'm at 9.95, so I think I lost like a few, but it's fine. That doesn't really take away from anything. I just want to have like Naruto versus Luffy ready before I hit 10k. I guess I've just been like kind of like milling it out. I probably should wait until afterwards, but I don't know. I've really been struggling with like video ideas that like I want to just put my time and effort into. I can always just put up the like shorts in the meantime while I'm doing it. So I'll take my time, man. Look at the robes hanging open and it's sexy. Aren't they cute? Which one's Ichigo-kun, the orange-haired one? The Renji is Renji. What is all of this? Paradise. Paradise, don't let them fool you. They'll all turn out to be secretly men or something. I've been witnessing true paradise. So yeah, Kurosaki, you two mysterious stuffed animal. I hope you guys get the... Oh, you love the hell out of the big welcome here. Like I already said, I'm the one and only master. Okay, whatever. It's your pleasure. Grabs him. Hey. It's no use, Renji. You deal with this guy. You cannot. Use Renji. You deal with this guy. I can't keep up with his style. A, ain't the feeling it's just mean. Or B, you want to leave already, huh? Seriously, take an actual... Is that like an actual option? What if we really... Okay, none of this is relevant. We don't want to leave. We want to stay. No. You can't just make a request, guys. Here at the Ho-Oh stage, we have our own formal style. You like this... Show some respect. What the hell kind of pose is that? Please, we beg you. Nice pose. Did you see that, my honeys? That was so lame. You look like bananas. How cute. Just how long are you going to keep messing around? How's that for? If you leave it to our idiot master, there's nothing ever going to get done around here. Mara-chan. Okay. You two follow me. This is the true Ho-Oh state. This place... you were just at now is a little something our master came up with, but he doesn't want to admit that he lives in a place like this. Now get inside. I don't want to go in this nasty looking place. I like the other one much better. I know, a little mysterious stuffed animal, but you feel my pain, don't you? You see what it's like? They fell in. Have you noticed since you arrived in this place myself, we haven't met a single Shinigami. All my honeys you saw were Zanpakutos. Zanpakutos, what's this? How awfully strange. You two call yourself Shinigamis, we can't even tell the difference between a Shinigami and a Zanpakuto. Now, ain't that just sad? Maybe it's because you're kind of loveless brutes who let your Zanpakutos end up in a state like this. You haven't figured it out. When the hell did you? My. Look like these unloved Zanpakuto. Let me just download that. So fragile and easily broken. I'm kind of amazed all around. I can feel your Zanpakutos aiming, anger looming. If you can make it out of here, out of there alive, I might think about reforging your Zanpakutos for you. Okay. That said well before, said it again. You've been looking at the #1 Zanpakuto creator. Yeah. It's a pleasure to meet ya. Yeah. This is pretty cool. Let's put this in covers. Yeah, let's put this in covers. Okay, based on your growth rate, how long do you think it'll take? At this point, it might take forever. I might really just... I don't know, man. I know that Six brought up a video idea about, like, Yuta versus Pain. The only thing is I have to, like, go back into JJK and just download everything again. Which is... It's honestly kind of just a pain in the ass. I don't want to have to, like, go back to JJK and just download every single panel I have to come across just because I don't have anything. I'm thinking. I don't know what video I should make. Okay, feature manga is Bonnie versus Baragon. Baragon wins that specifically because Bonnie just has to make physical contact with him at all times. I don't think most matchups against Baragon are honestly all that interesting just because Baragon just has a large AoE you have to get by first, and there's just kind of nothing that kind of gets you past it. Nothing to get all scared about. You know these guys pretty well already. After all, they're the ultimate Zanpakuto with the potential to become just about anything. Yeah. I love how people criticize Oda for his character design, but I swear when I watch Bleach, I see 3 different character faces repeated all the time. It's incredible how it only applies to Oda. It's the Asauchi. Yeah, you can basically... Bleach has like 4 faces for like male and female characters. Focus on Luffy and Naruto and plus your shorts. Every one of the more than 6,000 Shinigamis in the Gotei 13 is lone. So you're telling me that the entirety of humanity has to be taken care of by about 6,000 Shinigami? Sure, I get. Is loaned one of these nameless Zanpakuto upon their entering their academy, and that's the same blade is officially conferred upon them when they join their division. All Shinigami spend night and day with their own Asauchi by their own side, and as their training progresses, the essence of their soul is imprinted upon the blade, ultimately forming their own Zanpakuto. Cool. And me, I'm the guy who makes every last one of those Asauchi blades all by my lonesome. They don't call me Blade God Nimaya Oetsu for nothing, is that right? So guys are like the embodiments of these Asauchi blades? Well, that still doesn't explain why the hell they're being attacked. So close. Embodiments? You're close there. You're really close. Not quite. But I'll go for that for a moment. It's not quite important. What matters is that they are angry with you. Yeah, okay. Angry about what? About how you use your Zanpakutos, of course. How we don't get cocky, I can't blame you. How you fight, how you attack. No. What's wrong? It's all wrong. You use your Zanpakutos as tools, treat them like subordinates, relied on them like partners. As family, as friends, role models, students, pets, acquaintances, sweethearts, lovers. Don't make me sick. That's what these guys are trying to tell you. You're looking at things completely the wrong way. Which is superior, the Zanpakuto or the Shinigami? Let's think about that to start with, yeah? Soul Society, Central, Deepest Level, Mukin. Yeah. Ha. Pretty outrageous place you prepared for our little session, don't you think? How'd you even get permission for us to be in a place like this? By orders of the Captain Commander, as the name suggests, this hall, the Mukin is sealed off without the slightest breach, and the space within ends near infinitely in all directions. As such, it was decided that there exists no more suitable place for you to wield your blade without restraint. Were this not the case, you and I, who are not criminals, would never have been granted permission to set foot within these walls. Not criminals, that's rich coming from you. You know damn well that if it weren't so damn powerful, petty criminals is all the both of us would be. Probably. Indeed. Right now you are powerless. That is why I personally recommend that you best be confined to this place. Oh yeah, I figured as much. Sounds good to me. If I win, I'm a captain. If I lose, I'm a criminal. In a fight with you, it hardly matters if I kill or die. I'm going to hell either way. You seem awfully talkative today. Myself, I prefer you silent. The one scar I have ever had the misfortune to suffer always seems to ache quite terribly. Shut up. You already know you're the only one whose scar's throbbing something crazy right now. You really think you're the only one whose scar's throbbing something crazy right now? Unohana Yachiru? Yeah. The first generation of the Gotei 13 said to be the most powerful generation of all. That woman served as the captain of the 11th Division and forged it into what it is today. Before Yamaji saw the potential in her and made her captain, she was the most infamous villain Soul Society has ever known, as a boast that she was master of all the countless styles of swordsmanship in the world, all paths by which a blade may flow. She gave herself the name Yachiru. The name of Yachi means 8,000, countless, meaning styles, flows. No, I am not going to read Burn the Witch. The only way you could technically do that with Bonnie... Well, Bonnie's abilities don't simply work. Bonnie's abilities don't work as a sense of healing, right? It's not like she can just heal herself by aging herself back. And it's kind of like this weird place where you kind of have to look at it from like, can Bonnie change her age to a point in the past before Baragon did something, and is it a thing that is constantly happening, or is Baragon's aging constantly forward to the point that it decays something? Would that supplant it, right? It's kind of like a weird case of what do you think is the likelier case? Yeah, I don't think Bonnie can de-age faster than Baragon, and I kind of have no reason to believe she can consistently de-age herself. Like, is it a case of, like, she just thinks of being a child, or thinks of herself in her 12-year-old body or original form, or let's say if she wants to turn herself into a baby? Is it a case of her just applying the concept of the devil fruit constantly, or is it a case of I have the thought once, I de-age myself, and I just have to think again to re-age myself? It's kind of weird. All that stated sword skill just to be overpowered by someone who is just thrashing. And not just someone who is all just thrashing. She doesn't really show that sword skill at all whatsoever. Like, it's one of those cases where, like, it's stated that the character knows all these different countless styles, but never applies them even remotely. So it's like, how just ages things. It's stated. No, I know that Baragon is just aging things. But how does it really matter in terms of what Bonnie is doing, right? Like, Baragon ages things to a point where, like, it will just decay, right? Hey, what's up, Mr. Dents? Gotta remember, Shinigami have much longer lives, and Baragon instantly aged his opponents longer than any lifespan in Bleach. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think Bonnie really, like, does it. I don't think that's really, like, a fight to really think about. It's just, is there any evidence that would suggest Bonnie is constantly reverting time? Or can she do it fast enough to replace somebody that can do it, like, in the future? I could probably make a short about that. Teaching him the way of the sword. It was cruel of me to put it so lightly. I understood perfectly well what it really means. If you cross swords with Captain Zaraki, only one of you is going to come out alive. Yeah. I know it isn't instant, but it is still constantly taking over, and it already sets you. It's like instantaneous in the sense that, like, it already makes the part of you that is decaying, or that was closest to decaying, instantly become a bone, and it spreads slowly throughout it. Granted, the parts that are spreading slowly are instantly turning into bone. It's weird, man. I don't know. This one really just comes down to what you think, how you think the interactions are going to boil down. I really do think it's just a case of, like, how the interactions. You know, Bonnie can alter the future to become like Baragon in another future, right? That's only if she has the perspective of aging to a potential future that does that. Yeah. Weave. Swing. Foot. Kick. I suppose that I should praise you for at least fighting without your eye patch from the beginning. However, without that eye patch, your limit is clear to see. Too weak. To think that the wielder of a sword with one hand and yet do nothing whatsoever with the other, and you honestly claim to be enjoying the thrill of battle. You're one to talk. Didn't you used to stoop to? Didn't think you'd stoop to such petty tricks for the sake of getting a blow in on me. You've changed, all right, that's for sure. You're not the woman I used to look up to. What kind of a man speaks of admiration for an enemy in the midst of battle? Believe me, I have not changed in the least. It is merely the last time I faced you. You fought so fiercely I had no opportunity to resort to such tricks. You're saying I've got weaker? Is that it? You were my idol. No matter what I sliced, trees, bugs, people, it was all a shame. Boring, worthless, no different from swinging a sword around alone in the dark. But when I fought you, I felt fear for the first time. The first time I felt the thrill in battle, I wanted to be able to fight like you, and now you're telling me I'm going to die here at the hands without ever managing to beat you? Damn it. Is something the matter? For a moment, it seemed your consciousness was elsewhere. Like hell, what was that just now? I was sure Forget it, I don't have time to think about that. Right now, this battle is all that matters. Zaraki Kenpachi, you will not die. Each time you face death, it only makes you stronger. That's the mistake with which you have cursed yourself, and that is my sin. Alright, I already read all of this, like, what was it? Like last week, so I'm just gonna go through this. Again, I slipped out of consciousness. Over and over again. Snaps in battle. I always enjoy fighting, but I never got lost in the rush, and I always concentration, let it slip away, except the one day when I fought you. Yeah. I'm afraid it's no use. Look how, no matter how far you look, I can only imagine we will find a warrior in the Rukongai power enough to satisfy you, deduce my true intentions. But of course, you claim this mission to subjugate warriors in the skirts, the Rukongai, for the sake of preserving peace in the Serte. But I can think of only one reason why you would see fit to personally propose such a mission. There is nothing to be gained from slicing down weaklings. Alas, each body on this mountain of corpses must be another load added to the weight of their disappointment, Captain. The pile of bodies, since when has it been here? Are these not warriors that you slice down yourself? Let's much to be at the warriors on the outskirts of the Rukon guys for the sake of preserving place. Yeah. What's the deal with that, brat? I was weary of the sword, weary of the battle. That is why I found myself wandering far and wide in search of an enemy who could bring joy to my blade once. Perhaps this is why our blades, brought together the two of us who had been grown weary of tedious battles. It was a bliss. I had never dreamed that one such as myself would find such unprecedented enjoyment in battle with a mere child, and less still did I imagine that this child, would hold back his strength in a battle against me. A clean hit. The same blow was actively reacting to before. Now I can counter with instinct alone. It's like every time my conscience fades in and out, I'm reborn all over again. Zaraki Kenpachi. Probably don't realize it yourself, but on a subconscious level, you're sealing away your own power. Yeah, we already read through all this crap. That is my sin. And yet, still, I was weaker than you. First person, enemy, you believe that you were going to lose. You would never again be able to enjoy that battle. Yeah. I am strong. Stronger than anyone but you. And that is why I must take your life this day 100 times, even 1,000 times, no matter how many times, until you are restored to your true self, until finally you can surpass me and move on to far greater heights. Come. Yeah. You people should all know every reason why I pursued the mastery of the healing arts. Bankai Minazuki. Different, roughly all people lives. But this, the time for game is over. Yeah. I'm melting away. What is this? It's wonderful. It's so different. All of this feels. I get it. I've been asleep for this whole time. Fast asleep, just dreaming. I've always thought no one can experience. Thank you. This is battle. I love battles. I love it. I can't do anything with it to control it, of course. Knew it all along. Say Zaraki Kenpachi. As for my blade, he is the one. This child is the one who should bear the name Kenpachi, the only man that has ever brought me pleasure. Yeah. I'll take this. Can she age 100,000 years instantly like she does 50 for a human? Why does Baragon being 1,000 years old matter? He can be aged all the time. Bonnie would find a way to bypass his ability. Shinigami's age based on their mental state, according to Kubo. That's so stupid. So what? Head Captain Yamamoto is only looks that old because he thinks he's that old? What the fuck? That's so stupid. Masterfully done. Kenpachi, my work here is done. Is it over? Just like that? Don't die. You're just gonna die. I'm not done. I haven't had enough. So please don't die. I'm begging you. Don't die. Jesus Christ. He has the mouth of a fucking gorilla. And most importantly, my precious partner who awakened alongside yourself. Yeah. Kenpachi Zaraki. Show yourself. Finally, you'll be able to hear my voice. My name is... Yeah. 71 hours, 48 minutes. You've worked awfully hard. You passed the test. Yeah. And you, I'm afraid you failed, did you? Wait, I can still not. You failed. Nope, you failed. Didn't choose you. There's no point in carrying over. Wait, ain't cool. Till time for you. Hurry up and head home. Bye-bye, Ichigo-san. Okay, even if it's a trip you won't ever be coming back from, can't go like that. You need a few steps back to your roots. Learn what and who you really are. The Blade is Me is pretty peak, by the way, since it impacts the quality. Shinigami are based off of Ryatsu, I believe this. But they can't have to. No, that can't be as a dumb plot point. Don't age just because they think so. Kid pulled up. Helping out kids like you is what being a grown-up is about. Yeah, I'll take this. I don't care. Okay. Forget it. Now that you think about it, right now this battle is all in Masters. Okay. Yeah. So you didn't say anything. I've got to say, Renji, I figured you'd get all hot and bothered about me sending the guy home after all. I guess you would have figured it out at this time. No matter how hard he tries, it'll do him no good. You know, I keep track of the whereabouts of every Asauchi I've ever forged. Every Shinigami every Shinigami is granted an Asauchi of their own and transform that blade into their own Zanpakuto. Of course, through their training, this is the core foundation of the Shinigami. There can be no exceptions. It's not even for us members of Squad Zero. Even for the lone warrior Zaraki Kenpachi, who acquired his own Asauchi by stealing it from the body of a dead Shinigami. The law is absolute. Since the birth of the Soul Society itself, there has never been a Shinigami who awakened to his own Zanpakuto without wielding an Asauchi that I forged. Not a single one. I knew this from the start. I knew that this method would never work from it, and I think you did too. And the only
one who didn't was the guy himself. That's why he needs to go find out just where his soul truly lies. Yeah. Okay. I'm just going to take this one because the rest of this doesn't fucking matter. Alright, I'll take this. Yeah. Okay. We already read most of this on stream, so let's just... Oh, it's a crescent moon tonight. Wow. Yeah, we'll just I already read all of this. This is Yeah. Yeah. A black hollow. Yeah. We read through all this crap already. Yeah. Yeah. Nope. Yep. Yeah. Yes. By the way, tomorrow is my last exam of fucking science, and I finally really fail on like most other subjects. I would probably say you should go out of your way to study if you feel like you're gonna fail. If you're not that great at science, I would at least say put in the time, because I know that like, at least from where you're from, you're definitely a couple of hours ahead. I would probably shut down the stream and just, study. I think it's probably best, at least the most conducive thing, I'm all for people, hanging out and just having a good time, shooting the shits, yapping it up, having a respectful back and forth within the chat. But if you have more pressing matters to take care of, like family wise or like, school wise, I would say take that into consideration. She can shoot Baragon to his infant state too, right? All the people not that immortal. Yeah, but what's Baragon's infant state? What does that look like? Does she revert him back into an actual child, or should she revert him to a hollow? So like a weaker hollow, you know what I mean? From the self-destruct, it can only mean that it had been moved, that he has moved beyond mere hollification of a target and achieved the final transfer stage. Why did it have to be a Quincy? To be for him to self-destruct. The experiment is a failure. We created him to transform Shinigami into hollows, yet now it has all gone to waste. I would not say that. Sometimes a result that differs from the original intent can prove to be more significant than the expected outcome. This was unexpected, yes. In other words, it was an outcome that we could not have predicted. It intrigues me. A hollow created from a perished Shinigami chose as its target a Quincy, that being most different from all... most different of all from itself. Do you not feel curious as to what this choice might lead to? My report on this event. Yeah.
Well, your unauthorized departure was a crime. The fact that your swift action allowed officer casualties to be kept at a minimum and significantly reduced the damage that was done to the human world. As such, you will not be held accountable for this offense. I mean, thank you very much, Head Captain. I would say the real crime here is his failure to recover the remains of the mysterious hollow. By the by, your report only details the unusual nature of the hollow itself, but do you have any word of report is... I do have word that this report is comprehensive. There is nothing else of note of that the mission failed. Failed to mention, perhaps. No, sir. Nothing at all. I wonder if I get back to the Soul Society. I wish I at least asked him his name. There's still Quincy surviving out there. Or true, that girl coming out to save a Shinigami and declaring she was a Quincy too. This must have taken some guts. It really is something I'd wish I'd spend a little more time talking to her. Maybe I ought to find her again to thank her properly. Okay. Honestly, you've got it so good, Masaki. You're living under the same roof as Ishida-senpai, right? Every day must be filled with excitement. I keep telling you, Ryu-chan. Ryu-chan's just a cousin. It's not like that at all. That's right. If it weren't cousins, you wouldn't be Masaki's type after all. See, Shio knows what she's talking about, though. I'm not sure. I don't quite get cousins at all. That's gross. Okay, what's this all about? I'm sorry. No problem. Are you all right? You okay, Masaki? Yeah, I'm fine. Let's see. Captain, a sudden mission change, and I've gone over my head at the Dango shop. Could you take care of these for me? I meant to humor for a bit. Make some kind of excuse for me to the Captain Commander. The hell is this? Just because he was lucky enough to get away with it last time, now he's off to the human world again? Does he never learn what kind of an attitude is that he's... When he's got work to do anyway? You're one to talk. Yeah. I'm home. Welcome back, Masaki. Reporting for duty. You need to talk. From what I've heard, it seems a few days ago you aided a Shinigami to fight a hollow. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I find it extremely doubtful lying does not befit a lady. Katagiri, why did you not tell me of this? No more to the point. Why did you do such a thing in the first place? Does the concept of shame mean nothing to you? My girl, the Ishida family is taking you in your reward by breaking Quincy law. Katagiri, why did you tell my mother what happened? I told you not to do. Did I? Something did happen. Masaki was injured by that hollow attack. She never received some form of proper treatment. The master and his wife using proper Quincy healing techniques. The blood of the Ishida may be prevented from remaining pure. What kind of a ridiculous reason is that? What important reason could there be? Young master, you said it to me yourself, that your marriage to Masaki is for the sake of the Quincy's future. Mother, please wait. Ryukin, Masaki is not to blame for this. Ryuki, I'm totally fine. I'm not. Oh, she just dropped. Masaki, what's wrong? What in the world is this? A hollow's core? What are you intending to do, Ryukin? Where is father? I do not know. I'm intending to contact. Ryukin, I said wait. We don't even know about the girl's body. Keep in danger. Come back, please. Wait. Alright. What the hell is this? What is happening? What the hell is this hole in the chest? Why is she in so much pain? Why didn't I stop her when I had the chance? Why didn't I enter the battle myself? Why? That was a close one. You got pretty lucky there, kid. No need to thank me. I'm not interested in gratitude from you guys, you know. You. Hang on. Hold on. Let me see that girl. Don't touch her. Whose fault? Whose fault do you think it is Masaki ended up like this? This happened because she protected you. That's not on him. She didn't care that she was breaking up. She put herself in danger to protect you, Shinigami. She wounded herself as a result. Why does this have to happen to Masaki? This happened. I hardly could think of another explanation for this hollow-like wound. Of all people, I think that's enough. There's no need to fight amongst ourselves. I must say, you both come with me. I've given you a choice. I can give you a choice that may save the girl's life. Alright. Who's there? I can feel someone's presence is reaching me from down below. Is there for some reason. It's quite dark and lonely. I feel like down tranquil. I'm falling. Okay. Yeah. The girl's symptoms are the ones I've been researching for about 100 years. 100. I guess you're a little older than you look. Who the heck are you? My name is Kisuke Urahara. I was exiled from the Soul Society. Urahara Kisuke, you're exactly what matters right now. Can you save Masaki? Hurry up and turn her back to normal. I did not say I can change her back to normal. What I can simply make the girl Masaki will never be normal again. Masaki-san, here, these symptoms are known as hollification. It is an experimental process in which the soul of a hollow is injected into another soul, and then the border between the souls is destroyed, causing the target to evolve into a soul of a higher level. It was developed for the purpose of making Shinigami souls stronger. However, controlling the process was beyond our abilities. What you see here is the result of this uncontrollable procedure in the soul of a Quincy who is not what was developed for. Uncontrollable. Does that mean that you can't save Masaki after all? Not exactly. I cannot change her back to how she was before, but I can save her life. When the symptoms of hollification progress, the soul in question enters a state in which the original soul and the hollow soul are intermingled, resulting in a mindless monster. And ultimately, it destroys not only the borders between the component souls, but also the borders between itself and the outside world. In other words, it destroys itself regardless of its own will. It's called as soul suicide. It's a phenomenon they call this. Yeah. In the course of my research over the past century, I've discovered a method to preventing the soul suicide. That method is to inject something directly opposed to the hollification process into the affected soul. The border destruction that is the key to the hollification process is brought about by destabilizing the soul's internal balance. In other words, it is possible to reverse the process by inserting an opposing entity to restore the balance from the other side. I don't get what you're saying. Allow me to provide an example. I created a vaccine using Quincy arrows and human souls and injected the vaccine to the souls of a number of hollified Shinigami. The vaccine had a 100% success rate, preventing the Shinigami souls from committing soul suicide. However, the only thing this process will prevent is the soul suicide itself. In order to save her life, prevent her hollification, and allow her to continue living as a human, we would still need greater power. An opposing force could stay by her side for her entire life, suppressing her hollification until the day she dies. No! There has to be another way. Very sharp. I see you understand. I appreciate you find it difficult to accept. However, this choice will not rest with you. The one who must choose is you, Shiba Ishin. I have here a special Gigai that I created myself. It is created from the human soul and has the power to provide the soul within a fully human body. In other words, if you enter this Gigai, you can become a being, both Shinigami and human. The entity must oppose to hollow as a human. You must see now, by using this Gigai yourself, you can become the opposing entity she needs. Okay, this is the choice I offer you. However, from my own perspective, it is a choice that holds a number of overwhelming disadvantages. While you wear this Gigai, you will be unable to use your powers as a Shinigami. And most likely, you'll never be able to see hollows at all. And it is likely that once you enter this Gigai, you will never be able to return to being a Shinigami. A number of disadvantages. This idea holds nothing but disadvantages for him. There's no way he will accept an offer. It's ridiculous. In order to use this Gigai as a vaccine against this girl's hollification, I will need to use spiritual threads to link it to her body's own soul and hollow within her. Yeah. Guys, I'm getting a massive amount of doorbell rings, so I'll be back now. Have you seen Kishimoto's Art of Ichigo? I have. It's pretty good. I'll be back, guys. I have to go take care of something real quick. Jesus Christ, why am I getting so many... Alright guys, I'm back. I just had to go do something. Relax. What Bleach chapter am I on? 535. I didn't get kidnapped. I just had to go run a quick help with the groceries. Alright, I'll do it. Oh, delete that. Yeah, we're good. Excuse me. I said I'll do it. Come on, hurry up then. Your explanation's taking forever. You don't need to make up something so complicated. I just gotta give up being a Shinigami and a protector for the rest of my life, right? Of course I'll do it. Well, of course I do. Tons of them, but it doesn't matter. If I let a girl who saved my life die because of some stupid regrets, I'd have to laugh in my own face. Then please step this way. I'll begin the procedure. Hey, come here to protect you. Yeah. Hey, Hollow. Now that I'm here, you better believe I'm not gonna let you lay a finger on this girl. What's that look for? Think it's dumb that I say lay a finger when you're just ahead? Well, I noticed that after I said it, and I think it's dumb too, Getsuga Tensho. Wow. You're that Shinigami I met the other day. Thank goodness. I was hoping I could find you again, somehow. You didn't get any trouble after you went back home, did you? 1 second. Alright, I'm back. Sorry. The backstory is so hollow, no pun intended, type shit. Okay, you didn't get in any trouble after you went back home, did you? Have your wounds been hurting all? Oh. Couldn't quit yapping for a second and act like you're embarrassed. You're stark naked. Oh, and you could tell me your name, please. I have successfully bound your two souls together. She's going to be alright. I see. Thank goodness. I got told off. Yaping, stark naked. That part's over, so snap out of it already. You still don't know. A little bit. Okay. Yeah. Did you leave Masaki-sama behind with that Shinigami? That's right. You can go home and tell my mother that her son has no right to protect the way of the Quincy. I will not. I said go home. I will not. I cannot leave you on your own, young master. Katagiri-sama. Have you forgotten that it is my sworn duty to dedicate my life to serving you? This is Uryu's mom, isn't it? From the day we first set eyes on each other, my life has belonged to you, so please do not be sad. I feel sorrow, Ryuken. My heart will be torn apart. If you share tears, Katagiri, that's enough. Let's go home, of course, as you wish, masters. Is she Uryu's mom? I think so. She has black hair. She has black, straight hair, right? After that, shortly after her graduation from high school, it was decided that Masaki would leave the Ishida household. Her soul was, after all, tainted with the hollow. From the Quincy perspective, it was the only correct choice. From what I hear, it was Ryukin who made the final decision. I suppose it must have been his way of forcing himself to let her go. As for me, I decided to use the one thing I'd learned in the academy would be used here, my medical skills, and I opened a small clinic. There was a lot I had to study, of course, but Urahara helped. I managed to make it work. Masaki, who was now a university student, would often drop by and tease me about my doctor's get-up after the incident. I explained the loss of my Shinigami powers are the result of my being exiled from the Soul Society. Of course, from the first time I gave her this explanation. She probably already figured out it was a lie. Lying has never been my strong suit, and she did have a scarily sharp sense of these things. But to the two of us, a little white lie wasn't a big deal, and it didn't even matter whether it was a lie or not. In fact, when I was with her, it never seemed to matter if I lied about anything. She would always see through my lies to the truth, and she would always give me a nice... She would always forgive me telling them. I remember a scene in a movie we saw together where an old man compared his wife to many years to the sun. It was a pretty depressing movie, to tell you the truth. If I didn't remember... and I don't remember much about it beyond the sight of Masaki crying her eyes out towards the end. The only line always stayed with me. Masaki was just like the sun, exerting her pull, accepting and shining upon everything until the world seemed to revolve around her. I was so happy, just spinning around in orbit. And then you were born. The rest, you know. Thanks to Aiza's manipulation, Rukia was sent to the human world, and the two of you met. The Shinigami powers within you were awakened, and through the training, Urahara's Plateau was called to being. And then through the battles in the Soul Society, the hollow within you was awakened as well. Oh, when your inner hollow was unleashed upon the world, it proved that my Reiatsu was no longer able to keep it under control, and at that moment the bond between my Gigai and the hollow was broken. For the first time in 20 years, I was able to regain my Shinigami powers. Ichigo, the things that have happened since you were born, experience for yourself, I don't think you need them explained to you now. However, there is one thing among those experiences that you still don't know. Exactly 9 years ago, on the 17th of June, the day your mother died, I think it's time for you to hear the real reason why your mother died. Cool. Cool. Aizen knows she'd lose to the Chapter 1 Hollow. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I don't know why Aizen would assume that Ichigo... Like, it's never explained why... It's still not explained properly why Rukia lost to that Day 1 Hollow. What do you think of Zeref as a character? It feels like he's great on paper, but there's something that didn't make me enjoy about his role in the arc. The thing about Zeref is the exact opposite of someone like Madara Uchiha, where it's like, Zeref is sort of brought up or, like, propped up to be, like, this massive threat across... like, you know, wizard history, but then it doesn't really amount to much. He was just, you know what I mean? It's like Zeref shows up. You hear all of this crazy shit about Zeref, the black mage, the evil, crazy mage, and he shows up, I think, like, the first time, and he was, like, a crying, sad motherfucker, and he just wipes out some dude for, I don't remember what the exact reason was. And, you know, you keep seeing Zeref pop up every now and then, and you're just like, okay, but who the fuck is Zeref? Why should I care about him? And you find out he was, like, the entire king of a nation. Like, people know about Zeref for years and years and years, but no one just fucking knew that he was, like, the king of a fucking nation? Come on, man. Kill the Chapter 1 Hollow, then what happens? The plan plays off, lowering her guard by being surprised, being seen by Ichigo? Yeah. Your mother shouldn't have died at all that day. What are you talking about? The Quincy's have an ability called Bloot. Yeah, Urahara-san told me they send Reiatsu through their veins to boost their natural abilities. That's right. The Bloot is an ability that all pure-blooded Quincy's possess from birth, and those who don't can acquire it through training. Masaki though she may have been tainted by a hollow, was originally a pure-blooded Quincy, and she possessed incredible natural ability, particularly for Bloot Ven, the ability to boost her own defenses. In fact, that was why the wound she suffered from the hollow she met that day attracted so much attention. And even after that, she had never suffered even the slightest wound from another hollow, which is why that day, it wasn't that I couldn't go to and help her, I actively chose not to. I was home when it happened. I could feel Masaki's Reiatsu and Grand Fish's Reiatsu as well. Without my Shinigami powers, I probably couldn't have done much to help, even if I had tried. But even so, I felt Masaki If I felt Masaki was in any danger, I would have rushed to her side. Grand Fisher was a hollow with particular skill at hiding its own Reiatsu, yes, but even taking that into account, the differences between it and Masaki were night and day. She shouldn't have been any risk of death. She should have been able to defeat Grant Fisher without suffering a single scratch. Download every page. Yes, I did. Is it this one? No, we're fine. So little to talk about when Bleg is on screen. Shaking my head. Yeah. But as you know... Oh yeah, and the whole thing with, like, Zaref ending up being, like, Ichigo's sibling or whatever was just so mid. They're, like, nothing alike. Oh, it was just, like, a plot point from the past. I don't know, man. Grand Fisher's attack plan, too. Did Aizen somehow arrange that? That's what I'm saying. Ichigo, your friend Uryu-kun, has he ever told you about his mother? No, he's not really the type to talk about his family or anything. His mother was Katagiri Kanae. She was a mixed-blood Quincy. 9 years ago, on the 17th of June, she collapsed, and a mere 3 months later, she passed away. What the hell? What the hell happened 9 years ago? Yeah. Ashvalin. What happened 9 years ago was a systematic selection of the Quincy at the hands of Yhwach. In Quincy lore, there is a tale that speaks of a sealed-away king. Yeah. According to this tale, the sealed king of the Quincy would recover his heartbeat over a span of 900 years, recover his intellect over a further 90 years, and over a final 9 years, recover his powers. In order to recover his own powers, Yhwach stole the powers of the mixed-blood Quincy, who he judged to be unclean, and made those powers his own. Katagiri Kanae, whose body was weak to begin with, passed away as a result of the process. And Masaki, with her powers gone, was defeated in battle and lost her life. Why? Why is he able to do something like that? Because he's their king? Who the hell is this Yhwach anyway? Yhwach is the forefather of the Quincy. He founded the Quincy tradition, and his blood runs in the veins of all Quincy. His blood falls in the veins of all Quincy? Cool. And the memories within your Ryatsu have awakened all too soon. It is not capable of capturing a Quincy. So you truly know nothing, not even about your own mother. Farewell, Ichigo, my precious son born in the dark. Thank you. Yeah. Still echoing. Now, Jesus Christ, I don't get why that's such an issue with the stream. Is it an issue maybe with, like, it's not this. I'm not making it like, dude, why the fuck is this happening now? There's like, for like weeks and weeks on end, they won't have this issue, and then all of a sudden it'll happen. I don't understand why. It has to be the mic, right? Jesus Christ, I don't get why that's the case. Drop this, game something. Oh, thanks for that. I'll see you guys later. So you have returned, and now your target. He is here. I welcome you, Ishida Uryu. This I never understood. Like, I get that Uryu was doing it as like a half thing, like, oh, I'm showing up so I can eventually defeat Yhwach on my own or whatever, but like, this is just, they never make contact, they never do anything. That's not really a big of a plot twist. I don't know. Yeah, I punched the shit out of my mic and it probably fixed it. Perfect timing, let's head back. Ichigo, you say you'll see us later. How are you planning to actually get back there? Perfect timing. The Chokaimon, our master, used to send you to the human world, only functions. It is a specific return time set in advance. He intended from the start to bring you back after a single night had passed. He figured if nothing changed in the time, there was no point in waiting any longer. Okay. That's the deal. The look on your face has improved. To think that you'll be able to pass the test. I think now you'll be able to pass the test. Let's see how you fare with the Yasauchi. Sure. It's you. Yeah. The Uryu plot was so dumb and it literally meant nothing to the story. What was the point? It would have been so much cooler if he was fighting against the Quincy's. It's not even so much that. It's just like, I feel like the only purpose for like the Uryu thing is just so that he could have gotten some cool powers, because otherwise there was kind of no way that Kubo could have made Uryu Ishida of all motherfuckers actually be a threatening combatant. Yeah, I know that he fights the Quincy's towards the end, but it's like,
How did we get to this conclusion? Where did Uryu find out about all this? How the fuck did he even join the Sturmrators? Who contacted him? You know, things the anime explained it. Jugrim reaches out to him and offers him to enter because he's special as he survived the Ashvalan and wasn't infected by Hollow Reiatsu. Cool, but I don't care about that shit if the fucking manga doesn't say it. If I'm judging the manga based on its own fucking based on its own means, it fails to do that completely. I'm willing to, again, look past it and talk about it when I go into the anime adaptation, but it's like, I'm reading the manga. This shit is so stupid. That doesn't make the plot any less useless. And what does Uryu do? Allow Yukabaka to reach the Soul King and fight the Hero Squad for no good reason, aiding Yukabaka's Royal Guard? Yeah. It's like, you know what I don't understand? I don't understand. It's like Gini Chimaru. It's kind of like the whole Gini Chimaru plan all over again, where Uryu lets the bad guy reach their goal and gain the all-purposing and all-encompassing power instead of just doing the thing instead of just stopping them prior to them ever getting to that point in the first place. Very good. Come with me. I'll be happy to forge the blade of yours myself. Yeah. They never slice the Quinty blades like that. Back to it. Hey, what do you think you're doing? You're talking to me during the trade. What do you think about Captain Hitsugaya? What does it think? He's lost his Bankai, right? It's over for him. Who can say what'll happen to the 10th Division now? Zip your mouths. Who gives a shit about 10th Division? What does it matter? Captain Hitsugaya. Captain, what business do you have here? I would like to take a part in your training. What? My Bankai was stolen from me. If I'm going to fight using my skill with the blade alone, I must start over with the basics. Please continue. Yes, sir. Even after the battle with Aizen, I put everything I had into mastering my Bankai. I honed it until I could be called a true Bankai, but now my Bankai has been taken from me. I must cast aside that which I have lost. I don't have any fruitless efforts and hope any return. I must keep moving forward. Yeah. What is it, Captain? Why have you brought me all the way here? Shuhei, release your Bankai. My Bankai was not taken from me this time, but there's no guarantee I will be lucky next time. We need as many who can use Bankai as we can get. Use your hollow mask. What the fuck? Bro, I'm gonna crash out. I'm gonna fucking crash out. What was the fucking point of saying we don't holofy because we want to respect Captain Yamamoto, but you're literally sitting here, especially in the middle of a fucking war, but then you're sitting here telling me that she's just gonna holofy just for the sake of training? Now, I'm going to actually fucking flip out, man. Jesus fucking dude, I hate this. Kubo can't write for shit. You didn't holofy during fucking war, but you're holofying for training? Eat a fat cock and kill yourselves. All of you. All of you fucking characters from the Soul Society can eat a fat cock and all kill yourselves. You stupid ass fucking dumb ass Soul Reapers. I swear to God. This is so stupid, dude. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me, man? No, this is so stupid. I'm sorry. This is so stupid. Oh, use your holomax, Mashiro, roger that, Henshin. You want yourself, most of your holoform is pretty damn strong. I'm pretty sure achieving Bankai is only the change you want to survive. Hold on, Captain. Oh, remember Shuhei? This guy, the guy that doesn't do jack fucking squat for the entirety of the goddamn series, but beating a single dumb ass, fuck ass, goddamn Arankar. That's it. Okay, cool. Stupid. Fucking stupid. That's no good. The lieutenant shouldn't talk back to a super lieutenant. Oh, cool. You idiot. I told you to watch yourself. I hope you're not fooling yourself and thinking I wouldn't actually let you die. I'm not as soft as Tozen, you know. Not fooling yourself into thinking I wouldn't actually let you die. Wait a moment, Cap. Wait a moment, please. Captain Muguruma. I've always looked up to you, and I have the utmost respect. However, that doesn't give you a right to speak ill of Captain Tozen. Captain Tozen was a piece of shit who betrayed the entirety of the Soul Society and lost the shit as soon as he could start seeing, and then fucking just went out a fucking monster. What are you talking about? What part of Tozen means that you should still show any kind of respect for him? You can't write for shit, LMAO. They're not trading within the Serite. They still fucking didn't holofy in the middle of a war. What are you talking about? To be fair, it consumes a lot of stamina? Yeah, alright. Kubo doesn't understand how war is fought at all. Masashiro broke the plot so much, Kubo wrote her out of the war. Yeah! I wonder why Masashiro didn't ever show up to do, in the 1,000-Year Blood War. I don't know why she clearly didn't have an issue. Why the fuck did I see her fight? Why the fuck did I see anything with her? So fucking stupid. I don't know, man. They're fighting in a life or death war and don't holify out of respect makes no sense. Yeah, but they're willing to use it for training, right? Woo! Captain Komamura! He's certainly taking his time in the mysterious cave. Who goes there? It was quite some time. Oji-sama. Saji, you have the nerve to showing your face here again. Yeah, what about it? Akon, are you alright? It should have been blah blah blah. I wouldn't say so. I'm in pain, but you know, you can't really stand blah 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 blah. Where's the captain actually? After the Quincy attack, he locked himself in a room with the lieutenant and he still hasn't come out. Hasn't come out, not even once. Blah blah blah. There's something the matter? Not something's the matter. This captain's been holed up in a room for over 24 hours yet he hasn't activated the surveillance bugs in the division building. This has never happened before. There's been some kind of emergency, or perhaps the surveillance bugs have been cracked and he's doing some kind of experiment, doesn't want anyone to see. Whatever, I'm going to find out. Akon, what exactly is a camera set up inside the captain's quarters? But surely be quiet, just watch. This is, I can't move. What in the world? What is Captain making in there? Oh, cool. Yeah, why didn't they do it in the first war? Why didn't they do that in the first war, man? Why didn't they do that? Why didn't they do that in the first war? They got attacked. They immediately got Cold War upon them. War called upon them. We see them fight in the 1,000-year blood war. Could you, my last question before I go? What was bro really said not to slander Tozen, a guy whose life was ruined by Tozen might be worse than the Sakura thing. Probably. To be fair, it consumes a lot of stamina. What was your question? Gotta go. Can I answer my last question? What was your last question, man? I'm sorry. The anime explained it at Jurogram. Okay, well, what was your last question? You mind just typing it up again? I feel like that'll be easier, because maybe it's the fact that mental illness explored the side of stalemates. Whatever you think about Zaref's character. I think I spoke about Zaref's character as a whole. It would say like a worse execution of Madara Uchiha because they build him up for nothing. Why was I supposed to be so impressed or so fearful about Zaref? If you're gonna make a character, if you're gonna talk about a character, you're gonna prop him up as this evil ass being. And listen, I understand like the juxtaposition of everyone talking about a character, making them seem like they're all that just for them to completely. Just for it to all be hearsay and for a character to essentially be like completely different than what everyone else is saying. But it's like with Zaref, there's was like, what the fuck is the payoff? It's like, oh, all of a sudden I've decided to fucking go against the entirety of like the continent that Natsu and the others come from. I'm here to declare war and I'm here to do it all just because I want to develop a power in order to defeat Agnologia. But it's like, I don't know, man. Agnologia just kind of sort of seemed like he was just fucking around for the most part for the last like 100 years or so. Mixes it means that respect doesn't mean shit. Minato versus Ichigo's dad. Oh, Ishin. I don't know how strong Ishin is. He's able to fight Aizen. He's able to fight Aizen to a better extent than all the other captains. Granted, I don't think he ever saw Aizen's Zanpakuto, did he? Did he see? Because it never played in. Aizen's Zanpakuto, I don't think ever played into the fight. I would say Minato can seal him away with the Reaper Death Seal, unless you think that he's just way too strong. Okay. Yeah, probably Ishin. I don't know. It's like this weird place where, like, Ichigo's dad is strong because he technically fights Aizen, but I can't really tell you how that necessarily matters against the matchup with Minato. I don't know, man. I never got to see Ishin's full power. I just know that he has a flame-like Zanpakuto. I don't exactly know how fast Ishin is because I don't agree with the lightspeed meta. So I don't know, man. Who do you think is faster? I mean, Minato technically has, at the very least, close to relativistic, if not lightspeed reaction time, and has instant teleportation. Granted, it's all relatively bound to fucking kunais. I don't know why Ishin, I would say that Ishin is probably smart enough to figure out Minato can teleport between the kunais, and he can probably burn away the kunais with his Zanpakuto. Granted, if we're talking just off of the concept, like, I would say Minato is a technically faster character than even Kizaru because of the instant teleportation thing, but it's all about reaction time at the end of the day. It really just matters on what you think. It really all just matters on whether or not you personally believe that, like, they are FTL or they're not. For all the Gote 13 talk about protecting the Soul Society, and we're always in the Serete backstory of Ruki and her sister in the Rukon district, and that's it. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Oni-sama, where are you, Oni-sama? Second daughter of the Omaida, Mareo.
Shut up, Mareo, you idiot. Can't you see I'm taking a nap?
Would you be so kind as to play ball with me?
I don't wanna. Don't make that face, Mareo. Look, the thing is, I'm busy and...
Come along, Mareo.
Our brother is clearly tired from his duties. He let us Let us allow him to rest. I will read an entertaining book. Omaida Marajiro Sabaru. I don't like your books, Mas Sabaru ni-sama. They're always creepy. Creepy? What the hell are you talking about? Lol, 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 lol. I can't believe you don't understand the beauty of my books. Oh, lol, 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 lol. Bye-bye, Oni-sama. I'm going to go on a walk to escape Saburo ni-sama. Hold on. What'd you say, escape? Did you just say escape? Anyway. Yeah, Omaida. Captain, in the end, you didn't take me with you after all. Why is she training? It's not like she did anything. Why is she training? It's not like she does anything in the 1,000-Year Blood War. I mean, Bleach characters are objectively, as much as I slander them, they cap at FTL. What makes them objectively FTL? Because again, a lot of it really seems to be contentious on, like, whether or not you take the fucking light novel statements into suit, and whether or not you're just hard stuck on the fact that the Negacion beam objectively makes them light speed, which again, I don't know how that works when again, Yoruichi's being impressed by lightning speed. It's inconsistent. Objectively FTL is not true. Objectively FTL is not true when you have that much level of an inconsistency. One Piece, objectively FTL. Consistent light speed scaling. Naruto, FTL, because Naruto technically dodges a guy who is light speed, and at the very least, Madara's light bang is stated to be light speed. You can definitely say that Naruto dodging is at least light speed to FTL. Bleach, Negacion beam is the only thing you really have to go off of. The Ginichimaru clap thing. The Ginichimaru clap thing, plus the lightning speed thing from Ichigo's Bankai, from the data books, plus the light novel stuff. No, it's not objectively FTL. It's way too fucking inconsistent. Also, Kamamura, the captain that no one gives a shit about, because Komamura is not an interesting or exciting character in the slightest bit, and does absolutely nothing in the slightest bit to make us want to like him anymore. Also, Omaida. What? Why doesn't he ever get to do anything? My mom is about to come. It's 3 a.m. or something. Bye. Have a good one, man. I can never understand why Gin would even lie about him having a 500 Mox speed. What's the point of him lying to begin with? When does Yoruichi find a lightning speed impressive? Wasn't a thing. The only time you hear that is in the Viz anime. Isn't it from the... Again, I don't read the light novels. Doesn't the whole Yoruichi finding it impressive come from the light novels? All of this is pointless. Shunsui literally dodges Lilibaro's light. When does he dodge Lilibaro's light? Well, we're going to get to that. Oh, Gigi, Sama, I wish to tell you here the secret technique of our clan. Yeah. Clan, don't make me laugh. You who so hated the face you were born with, the covered in armor, and let the world think you are human. You dare claim your heritage. Look at me, I have cast the helmet aside. In the past few decades, the world has begun to change. I believe in that a world in which our kind need not hide in the shadows is almost within our reach, but that world is now in terrible danger. Dude, who the fuck are you? Why should I care about the silence, boy? You seem a little confused. The world will not be destroyed. It will be merely controlled by different men. No, it won't. The world will probably be destroyed. Yukabaha said that he would destroy the world. We will not change. No matter who seizes control of the world, we will live on in the shadows. I am telling you, we can change for the sake of our children and our grandchildren. There's only 2 of you. I've never seen more of you. There have never been more than 2 of you. I will not change. It will not change. There is no need for such a thing. It matters not whom the world belongs to. That is not our concern. Oji-sama, that do you not see, Sajin? Do not disturb the peace of our kind. If you say you cannot do this, I will crush you underfoot. Feel free to try. Cool. Okay. Split cough cough. Hey yo. Ichigo right there. I warned you it was dangerous. What did you do? You went hiding in first. You're a real brave man, Ichigo. I'll tell you that. You're the one who practically threw me in. Yeah, enough of that. Take a look at this. Yeah. This is the reason why the Ho-Oh state lies on the edge of a cliff, and I didn't have all this water, I wouldn't be able to reforge your Bankai. And Ichigo, I hope you're prepared, as we keep seeing FTL is implied more in animated side content, which makes it all messy and implied. Kin for your own world, Tokinata reacted to lightning, and Yoruichi was contemplating whether he could really react to lightning as he predicted the ambush, because this is where you're going to have to say goodbye to Zangetsu, your very own Zanpakuto. Okay. Alright, let's get the party started. Alright. Yeah, this is all irrelevant. The Nimaya Elite Guard at your service. Very good design, very good design. Yeah. What are you spacing out for? What do you hear me say, everyone? When I say everyone, that includes you, Asauchi. Okay. Here goes. She lights it on fire. Oh dear, how bothersome. Why must I always find myself mixed in such tiresome things? Truly is a terrible life to lead. What do you mean, mixed up, Tokie-san? This is your job, isn't it? Here we go. Okay. How'd you like that? I caught you. Okay, so then she rips out a tooth. She ties it with that. He makes a hammer. She rips out a molar. She rips out a tooth. Pulls out a hammer out of it. Now then, how about we get down to business? Cool. The sword 5. Cool. Yeah. What's going through your head right now, Chanichi? I was just thinking it's getting kind of bright around here, so this is a pretty weird time to take off your shades. You damn fool. If I kept my shades on, how the hell would I see the color of the flames? How would I have figured it out yet? Yeah, the reason why this Asauchi turned bright white the moment I touched it. Oh, you really thought it looks like... Really? Oh no. Really, I bet you were thinking it looks like my inner hollow. That's right, this guy is the hollow in your soul. I used the Asauchi just now to trigger to extract the Zanpakuto from within you. Don't you get it, do you? I'm saying this hollow is your Zanpakuto, simple as that. The hollow that Aizen created, he called it white, was formed from the souls of many Shinigami, and ironically enough, that's pretty much the same as how my Asauchi are created. The hollow went on to enter your soul, where it fused with your own natural Shinigami powers and became your Zanpakuto Holonami. But then, that's right, you should know who he is by now. The man within your soul that has been masquerading around as your Zanpakuto this whole time. Old man Zangetsu? Yup. Ichigo, you know that man, don't you? Of course I do. This is Zangetsu. No, he's not. Look a little bit closer. Have you seen this man recently in person? You faced him in the society as an enemy. Yeah. That's not your whole... That's not your Shinigami power. That man is the Quincy power within you. His form is that of Yukabaka 1,000 years ago. Cool. I was trying not to think about it, but back then when I faced him for the first time, I felt as though I had been drawn by somebody, by something. Ever since I was trying to think about the reason why without information to guide me, I had always found myself straight for him. Now I knew why he was an important enemy, and why when I first set my eyes on him, I found myself remembering somebody else. Yeah. The blade is me too. Yeah. What's going on here, Zangetsu? It is as you have just heard, Ichigo, and I am not Zangetsu. It breaks down. So you really are Yukabaka? Seriously? You really aren't Zangetsu? I am the source of the Quincy powers within you. I am Yukabaka, and I am not Yukabaka. Are you my enemy? Are you my ally? Why is everything told me up until now a lie? Which is it? I am not your enemy, and I am not your ally. However, there are no lies in the words or in my heart. The name I spoke to you is the sole exception. Ichigo, think back to our own experiences. To your own experiences. Whenever I taught you how to use Zanpakuto, I always enlisted the aid of your inner hollow, did I not? When you were unable to use your full strength of your Zanpakuto, and again, when you found yourself life in moral danger, who was it that came to your aid? It was not I, but your hollow. I never wished for you to become a Shinigami. That is why I suppressed the natural power and possessed before it could fully mature, and now I take it inside your heart. Why? Do you not find it strange that I should wish to keep you away from danger, away from battle? If you were to become a Shinigami, there is no doubt that you would be caught up in battle. You would suffer pain, you would suffer injury, and in the end, the time would come when I would have to kill you with my own hands. That's a fucking lie. I could not allow you to become a Shinigami. If you were to become a Shinigami, I would have to take your life. That is what I thought then. Yet, you continued along the path of a Shinigami through chance Through chance, meetings, and events, you honed your power ever stronger, and as you suffered injury and pain, you continued to walk this path of your own volition, and as I watched you forged ahead, I could hear your heart begin to waver. In time, my heart turned away from its desire to keep you from the Shinigami path and began to favor supporting you aside. So it is that I find myself now, even feeling a kind of happiness that the time has come for me to step aside. Ichigo, you have become strong. I have had the pleasure of standing by your side all this time, watching you now. What greater happiness can there be? I am satisfied. Wait, Zangetsu, I'm not. Ichigo, the power you have created until now is no more than a fragment of your true power, which I was unable to fully suppress. The time has come for you to fight with your own power. Take it. This is your true Zanpakuto. This is Zangetsu. You're right. There were no lies in his words or in yours. You used your Quincy shadow to help me when I needed it, and you used your Quincy blood to stop my blood from flowing freely. You let me your Quincy powers to let me win when I wasn't strong enough. Zangetsu. It doesn't matter to me who you are. You'd probably tell me I'm wrong, but you and him, I believe that both of you are Zangetsu. Don't you think that's okay, Zangetsu? What the hell you think you're doing your hand? Don't bother yourself about him. I was just thinking myself that this thing could use a piece of Chanichi's soul right about now. And with that, it's finally complete. Now pull it out, Ichi. Chanichi, this is your Zanpakuto. Okay. What, the water disappeared? Have you ever seen this happen before? Like that? It was dried up by the heat and the Reiatsu. That's what it takes to cool this blade's soul. How you feeling, Chanichi? You reckon you'll be okay from here on out, wielding both of those Zangetsus? Yeah. There we go. I already have this, right? Yep, I do. Zangetsu. I won't ask you to lend me your power. I won't even ask you to go and get in my way. I won't even say, let us fight together. I'll fight for myself. You are me. There we go. There we go. Alright. All men, present your crosses. Salute your king, his majesty, Yukabaha. You are assembled, my stern raiders. I have some news to tell you. There we go. Further Expedition 33. No, I actually haven't played that much. You can ask me every stream, that's fine. Admittedly, his new blades are quite cool looking in design. I like the design of his blades. I will always say Kubo can definitely design. Kubo answered this. He gave the author all notes, just left the portrayal up to him, but it's essentially Kubo's own meta. What are you guys talking about? Furigana? He literally stunted him for no reason when he nearly died multiple times because of that. Yeah. Kubo didn't write it, but the author for it went in details, and according to Kubo, he had great understanding of how things worked properly. What do you think about this payoff? Clorox fans think this is peak writing for Ichigo's character. I mean, he simply accepts both sides of his power. Cool, I guess. He's been in turmoil for the entire time, and now he accepts all sides of his powers, even though he doesn't ever use any Quincy powers. I don't know, man. I feel like... You know what it is? You know what I think my issue is? I think that the problem here is that, like, I feel like Ichigo could have had a basis right here, or maybe, like, an extra chapter could have been shown where, like, he essentially shows Ichigo, like, as he has Quincy powers, you know, maybe you could also utilize the Quincy powers. Like, the tiny blade is supposed to... Like, the smaller blade is supposed to embody Ichigo's Quincy abilities, right? I feel like it would have been cool if, like, the tiny blade, like, extended outwards. You see how, like, it's tiny right here, right? I think it would have been cool if, like, the bottom half of the blade extends outwards and becomes sort of like an arrow, kind of like a bow, and Ichigo could, like, shoot arrows from, like, the tip of the blade. Except with the Blood War, he's still not all mentally there despite this moment. I think he is. Reishi manipulation. I don't know, man. I feel like I personally would have had like Zangetsu also be like a personification of Ichigo's like Quincy powers. Maybe like stick the smaller blade at like the handle of the other one to make it like a big war bow or something. I feel like Ichigo he doesn't even have to like have Reishi powers in the same way that like Quincy's do, where like he has to absorb Reishi from his surroundings. I feel like he could have just turned it into a bow and then have shot down like, I don't know, Getsuga arrows from there or some shit, man. Like, it just feels kind of weird because it's like, Ichigo, you're a human, and you're a hollow, and you're a Quincy, and you're a Fullbringer, but he doesn't ever really do anything with, like, the second half of those powers. And the only time that, like, the hollow powers really show up is when he's using a Sero, or technically the Getsuga Tensho, since they basically call it, like, a Sero as well. I don't know, man. No, but here's the thing. He doesn't even use the defense. He doesn't even use Blut Ven at all, besides, like, the one time against Yukabaka. Unless the anime does something about it. He doesn't even use that. So, like, what the fuck's the point? I don't know about that, because, like, Kubo should still be able to understand. Kubo doesn't need to be a power scaler, but he needs to be able to find consistencies or inconsistencies with his stories. If he wrote something to be light and then says someone has greater understanding of the story, even though they're being impressed by lightning, that's just an inconsistency on the author. That's not anybody's fault. And to like completely dismay it just because you're like, well, the author clearly doesn't understand power scaling. I feel like at that point, it just makes the whole idea of like everything being inconsistent all the more fruitful. You can't say Kubo isn't a power scaler, so it's not going to look at it and say that's correct, and then have all this other stuff be completely inconsistent, even when there's own fucking story, and then be like, oh yeah, no, Bleach is still objectively Lightspeed. Like, no, at that point, I'm going to call, as you said, I'm going to call the whole Lightspeed meta inconsistent to begin with and say that, well, Kubo's not a power scaler, right? Like, no, I don't get, like, if you can't go with one argument to try and settle the side just to then completely subside it for that, dude. I don't know. What's this? Who is that man? Why is he standing up there with his majesty, Ishida Uryu, the final Quincy to survive in this world? I hereby appoint this man as my successor. Why? Why do you appoint him as your successor? What though? What did his majesty just say? His own successor? That suspicious man we've never seen before? Why? Hold on a minute, your majesty. Jugo. I will accept no objections, and you need not worry. In the battles ahead, all of you here will most certainly have the opportunity to witness this man's power for yourselves. That is all. What the hell is going on? I don't get what His Majesty is thinking. Who the hell is that guy? And is somebody going to give a proper explanation already? Yeah. Kangdu. That's Kangdu. That's what you guys keep bringing up. By the way, this guy just looks like that hollow dude that, like, what's his face? Toshiro Hitsugaya murked. This is something I fear only His Majesty could provide. An explanation? Yeah, he expects us to just accept this. You're in the way. I told you not to do any of that right now. Hey, where are you going, Bazby? To see His Majesty. I can't just let this slide without saying anything. Stop at once, you fool. Do you honestly believe His Majesty would forgive such an act? Bazby. Jugram. B. Sternritter. Jugram Hashbolt. What are you going to do, Bazby? Let me ask you right back. Haven't you got anything to say about this bullshit? Cause yeah, this is just Renji's fucking face. This is just Renji with a mohawk. No explanation. The Quincy are going, what the fuck? Understanding the character capabilities is part of writing. Saying the characters aren't power scalers is like saying they don't think about what they put on the page. Yeah. It's like, oh, this thing is light here, but then this thing is night. I don't know, man. For the record, lightning is faster than Mach 5, and that's the closest we've ever got to a number from Kubo, and people just accept it because it means Bleach is slow. Yeah. You know, Ichigo, being a hybrid of all races, refuses to make Ichigo have the type of resistance or immunity to Soul King abilities and doesn't bother to develop him the resistance to the Almighty. Can you prove that Kubo knows light? So you can prove that Kubo knows light is faster than lightning? Be true if Ubo was writing the novel, but he didn't. I would assume that the author of a series would probably realize, or author of anything would probably know that light is faster than lightning. I think that's kind of just common sense. Not even from like a power scaling perspective, just in general. Because me, I always thought if His Majesty was going to have a successor, it would be you for sure. I doubt any of the Ritter would have been able to complain if His Majesty had appointed you as a successor. So how can you be calm about this? His Majesty's will is all that matters. It is not my place to dispute his decisions. Goddamn coward, I'm disappointed in you. In that case, I guess you wouldn't mind if I take that position of yours. You've got no problem with some dude coming on out of nowhere, taking what ought to be yours, then I'll go and take it for myself. Calm yourself, Baspy. I ain't the one who's not thinking straight here. You're the one who needs to get a grip. Well, what do you know? You really are pretty calm. You didn't go charging in head first. A calm decision. Very calm. Naklevar. Askin Naklevar. Oh, this is Askin. What the hell are you playing? Just helping you out. It's not good to fight. His Majesty does not approve of conflict. Besides, we should also consider the eyes of onlookers. I advise you both to let this matter lie. There is nothing pleasant about such petty fighting. For you in particular, it will be nothing but a poison. Would you not agree, future Emperor? What is this? The ceremony is complete. Your powers will soon begin to awaken. Allow me to bestow upon you a shrift. To you, the letter... I grant the letter A, the same as I bear myself. Yep. Yeah, they fight a lot between themselves, but so do the... You think this way because you're a power scaler. I don't really think this way because I'm a power scaler. You can kind of... I think anyone especially that reads a book can easily tell that, like, light is way faster than lightning. Or at least not even way faster, just faster in general. I mean, a simple Google search would have also helped that. Why would you choose me as your successor? You think it is strange? It seems to me that declaring a newcomer such as myself as a successor so suddenly will cause discord amongst your soldiers. It pleases me that you are not such a fool as to simply accept this decision unquestioningly. However, your judgment is lacking. The reason why I appoint you as my successor should be simple enough to deduce. Do you not see? Then let me ask you this, Uryu. Why are you alive? It seems you are quick to understand. 9 years ago, when I carried out my Ashvalan, all living Gemished Quincy's breathed their last breath. All but you. You are the only Quincy in all of history to survive my Ashvalan. This is why I referred to you as the final Quincy to survive in the world. There is something you possess that surpasses even my own power. That is why I chose to name you as my successor. Understand your place, Uryu. There is no doubt. There is no need for doubt. You need only come with me. But what does Uryu possess? What does he possess that would surpass your own power? Because this isn't even... I don't think this is even remotely explained. What did Uryu possess? Let me look this up real quick. What did Uryu possess that would surpass Yuhabacha? Oh, it was in caps lock. The ability to reverse phenomena, but that's because of the antithesis. He didn't get that because of Yuhabacha. Well, he drank, he inherited... Let me see this. Fan verse. But the biggest way... What possess... If I imagine this, Uryu gets stronger than Yuhabacha on one, but he shouldn't be able to turn his back on him. Maybe Yuhabacha is planning something on Orochimaru of sorts. And it also seems that Uryu realized Yuhabacha was talking about when he asked him the reason for letting him stay alive during Ashvalan. Same here, I have no idea. I don't see him being stronger than you current Yuhabacha or taking his role as villain. Uryu doesn't really give that vibe. Uryu's specific ability to resurface from anywhere. Well, he drank Yuhabacha's blood. He should be able to steal the power from other Quincy's and increase his own. He got a power boost, but Yuhabacha was talking about like Ichigo, special birth. The only thing I can think of is that Yuryu's not special. It's Ryukin, at least, based on blah, 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 blah. I mean, Ryukin even states he aren't that great and he has no talent in Quincy powers. It's weird. Also has nothing yet. Quincy, Uryu are heralded by the King's usurpers. You underestimate Kubo's bullshit. I'm sure he will pull something out of his ass. Simple. Uryu is like the rest of Ichigo's friends, were subject to the massive outflow of his Ryatsu and side effect. Ryukin is just plain powerful. He has the potential to pass Yuhabacha, so like Ichigo. Yeah, so it's just never explained. So it's just never fucking explained, and I'm just supposed to sit here. Yeah, but a moon, a star, a galaxy, a planet, and a universe. Only my brother got them all right. Yeah, but that's not light and lightning. I think that's a little bit different than saying you don't need to be a genius to understand light is faster than lightning. Yeah. Are you talking to me, sir? Yep, soldiers, I need some special relief. Come here, would be my honor. Dude, these bleach groups just need to. Oh, would you stop doing that? Look at all the mess you've made. As if you guys don't dirty the place up too. Crumbs from eating snacks and bloodstains are two different little things, you stinking slut. It would be preferable if you could at least do it outside. This isn't an issue of inside or outside. What I'm trying to say is you got to do something about the habit of picking out a hot guy and killing him whenever something pisses you off. Because you just love to sample your subordinates, don't you, Candy-chan? When did I ever say that? You're just trying to start a fight here, GG. Look at me. I'm talking to you. Could you all be quiet? I've got bigger things to worry about right now. Why did she murk the guy? Isn't it obvious I'm talking about the future of the Vanderreich? Welcome, Hash Vault. You're still awake. It's getting late. You should rest. I heard the news about His Majesty's announcement. It may be presumptuous of me to say this, but I feel as though you should speak to His Majesty about it. Are you dissatisfied? Do you mean to say you are not? Okay, prepared. This is just His Majesty's will. Announcing his successor in such a way certain to cause excessive unrest within the ranks. I cannot imagine His Majesty would fail to foresee this, in which case there can only be one conclusion. This unrest was caused by His Majesty deliberately. Unrest forces people to keep a close eye on one another, and what is it more than all of those eyes will be keenly focused on Ryu Ishida, no matter who the man may be, no matter the power he may possess or the views he may hold. With this announcement, he is no longer able to take any action whatsoever. No path remains for that man but to devote himself utterly to His Majesty. He has no other choice. Even if he sees through His Majesty's true intentions, that will change nothing now, sure. Phew, I get the journey is part of the training, but it sure is a long way to get to the Nagal ruins. I wonder how Sato is doing right now. This tastes bad. What is it? I can't tell you. How unsettling. I remember he was getting all worried about these tasty potato-like things we have to eat, but I hope he makes it okay. Are you doing okay? Of course. Don't worry about me, Pero. You'll be safe. I'll let this little guy along. Find the camera functions. Anything happens in a jiff. Concentrate on the journey. That's what he said. Why would he say that? I didn't see any signs of him showing up. You're pretty lady, Noise. Sato, thank goodness you're here. Everyone, huh? Yeah. Yeah. I'll just take these for whatever reason. I'll probably leave it here for Bleach. I do want to start up on the script for Naruto versus Luffy. Let's see. Because evil, not Nazis. Yeah. They do be Nazis. Alright. Let's see. Let's start up a new one. Not a folder. Okay. Luffy versus Naruto. Naruto versus Luffy. I had it on caps lock again. Hey, how's it going, everyone? Okay. Hey, how's it going, everyone? I want to sort of placing. From the bottom of my heart for wanting to say thank you to each and every one of you. Each and every one for helping me get to 10K subscribers. It was a bit obstacles. It was a bit of a journey with many obstacles. Couldn't have done this without my wonderful community, especially without my mods. Made a promise which I intend to keep. So without further ado, let's finally talk about Luffy, Monkey D. Luffy, Monkey D. Luffy versus Naruto Uzumaki. I want to be clear. These two need no introduction. These two need no introduction. The seventh Hokage versus the future King of the Pirates. A matchup that's probably been discussed as often as versus the future King of the Pirates. Who will come? Let's find. Let's find out. Before we begin, I want to set up the metric. Before we begin, I want to set up the conditions for this fight. Naruto and Luffy are two characters can easily develop. You can easily develop. There are two characters that can easily develop. However, in order to justify a reason, battling thing. There's a lot of factors. So how does that destroy? Doesn't remove the feats of dodging light. If you're trolling me, you're being serial. Again, he thinks light is slower than lightning. He clearly messes up at the speed. How does that make light not light speed? Or said the light is slower, just faster. I don't think I need this. Let's set up. Naruto and Luffy will be fighting for ramen. Specifically, Naruto and Luffy will be fighting for a prize. We'll be fighting for a prize. Ramen. But not just any ramen. But not just any ramen. This special A5. I'm gonna have to. This special 8.5 luxury was A5 meat ramen was cooked up by the sage of the 6 bowls himself and serves as the ultimate prize for our hungry protagonists. The fight I'll be separating the characters into 5 versions of themselves. Naruto and Luffy. Alright, versions of. This way we can talk about 5 different versions of themselves, starting with their starting from the first arc, starting with their versions from the first arcs of their respective stories. Starting from the version of themselves from the first arc of their respective stories. Then we'll talk about these characters just before their time skips, followed by Naruto and Luffy right out of their training arcs. We'll skip ahead to War Arc Naruto. We'll skip ahead to War 1, 2, 3. We'll skip ahead to War Arc Naruto versus Onigashima Luffy. And we'll end things off with 6 Paths Naruto versus Gear 5 Luffy. I'll talk about Naruto from the last, and just to be clear, I won't be going into Hokage Naruto. I won't be going into Hokage Naruto. Boruto for power scaling purposes yet. In truth, I want to offer some time for Luffy to be the king. In truth, I want to go back. I want to go when Luffy finally becomes the pirates. I think it would be a lot more interesting to talk about their strongest after they've achieved their dreams, and it also gives the Boruto manga time to potentially bring Naruto back. I want to make one thing very... Not before. Are you going to make a second video with Hokage Naruto later on? Yes, I do. I don't want to talk about this yet, just because I don't want to have to read through the entirety of Boruto before I go out of my way to do this. I think it'll be fine. Both characters. Naruto back. After each round, the loser will move up. The loser will move up a stage. After each round, the loser will move up a stage. We'll see. Yeah. I think I'll actually bring up this point later. As for the structure of the fights, it won't. As for the structure of the fights, the loser will move on to the next stage of their timeline. So we can see what versions of Naruto or Luffy. What versions? So the timeline. That way, it's not just 5 simple rounds. That way, it's not a simple 5-round fight. And you can see how they will how their individual toolkits, improve with each stage. Now, one last thing before we begin. One last thing before we begin. I am not Oda or Kishimoto. I can't actually tell you who wins can't actually tell you who definitively wins. I can't actually tell you who definitively wins, who canonically wins. That is up for the authors to decide. Wins. I cannot tell you who canonically wins. That is up to the authors. However, this is just my opinion. This is just my opinion. My opinion. Everything I going to present is the information. But this is just my opinion. However, this is just my opinion. However, this opinion comes from a few years, has come from years of reading and comprehending both series, taking the statements presented. Hey, what's up, Lapis? Hope happy you're back, man. Also, need to go further into Luffy's powers become in Gear 6. Yeah, I'm sure the series, and he may reach some crazy feats that will no doubt require a revisit to Versus battle. Yeah, one of the things that I also want to talk about is just like the potential, like, just the potential events that could occur in the final war, specifically because of the One Piece. I don't know if the One Piece will become a potential power up for Luffy as well, you know, where like Gear 5 is the power of his double fruits, the One Piece itself is sort of like a boost that like Luffy can get, whether it's from some weird hacks or just a stat amp or whatever the fuck it is. Luffy might get some insane feats. Luffy might also the One Piece might also be crazy. It's also here because I also kind of want to like separate the whole Hokage Naruto fight, because I'm going to be honest with you, it feels a lot more thematic to have Luffy and Naruto fight each other as Hokage and King of the Pirate, respectively, rather than me just bringing up Hokage Naruto while Luffy's still trying to, you know, achieve his goal. But it's also in part because, like, Naruto does lose Kurama. We all know this. It's just been a thing. Everybody already knows about this if they followed Naruto for whatever point. He's been out of the story for a while now. I kind of also do it in hopes that if Naruto does come back into the story and he does become a prominent fighter again, whatever power-ups he might get or whatever abilities he might get, I can also talk about them. This is also in part so I can give Naruto some leeway as well. I've looked at the feats, the statements, and the narrative multiple times for both series. I don't, if I had to be honest, I have been thinking about this fight for years, even before starting my channel. My opinions have been probably anyone else. if you this is not than anyone else. This isn't an opinion that has from agenda or bias. This is not an opinion that is stemmed from any kind of agenda or bias. This is simply the conclusion. Conclusion I have reached. So many times. As many times as I have. If you have a you favor, please let me know what. Please let me know. Bro. This is simply the conclusion. However, I won't. Conclusion I have reached. My opinion on this versus battle isn't going to end the debate once and for all. Will be comprehensive enough that anyone can follow. Well, if you have a character you favor in this fight, please let me know. Please let me know down in the comments. So with all that out of the way. Let's begin. Okay. Possibly compete with Naruto. He would curb stomp the fuck out of Naruto. he would curb stomp the fuck out of him. A5 luxury meat. Luxury limited edition. Found this informative. No.
Naruto eventually became.
You can check this out. I don't mind checking this out real quick. Let's see. History. Let's see.
Naruto eventually.
All right, let's check this out. Oh, yeah, no, I haven't gotten any further into Expedition 33. I haven't played it in, like, days. I'm actually going to play some tonight, and I'll probably just leave it at that for a bit. All right, so we got the intro to the video out of the way. Sorry if you guys hear me holding the mic. Okay. Hopefully there's no echo. Let me disconnect this real quick so that we also don't have any issues with that. Kage level just means that they are on a similar level to that of a Kage. I don't know, man. Alright.
becomes the Hokage of the Leaf Village, and with that, obviously he has the strength of a Kage to assume that post. And by the end of the series, even before Naruto became a Hokage, when he was technically a Genin still, he was already doing things that are far beyond Kage level. It's clear to anyone at that point that Naruto was powerful enough.
Why are Naruto and the other guys star level? Why are they star level?
To become a Kage. But the interesting question is, when exactly did Naruto reach Kage level? He's the protagonist, he's the character we know the most about, we know the most about his life, everything he's trained, so we should be able to determine the exact moment when Naruto reached
Why is Daigo
that
Knight the
level of
worst?
strength. But before we actually determine the moment itself, we have to determine what even is Kage level. It's a term that has been thrown around a lot in the Naruto community, and it has almost gotten this esoteric meaning now, because you can't quite decide, right? It's difficult. The Kage have massive variability in strength. We range from Chojuro to Hashirama Senju. There's a big gap there. But I like to take the more loose definition of Kage level. Kage level is essentially the level of strength for a character to have in order for him to not stand out if the character became a Kage. Someone like Asuma Sarutobi, for example, if he became the Hokage, everybody would scratch their heads. Oh, really? Asuma? I mean, he's strong, but he's not that strong. He's not supposed to be the Hokage. So he wouldn't be Kage level. On the other hand, Sasuke Uchiha at the end of the war arc, for example, is obviously Kage level, but he isn't a Kage. Because if someone of Sasuke's strength at the end of the war arc became a Kage, nobody would question it. And I'm using the term Kage level as a lower limit for the character's strength, because as I said before, Hashirama, you could say, is beyond Kage, but for all intents and purposes, the upper limits of the tier don't really matter for the sake of this video. So now, when did Naruto become Kage level? Let's take a look at Naruto's major fights during the series. Starting off with, surprisingly enough, Naruto Part 1. Some of you may be scratching your heads, wait, what do you mean? Obviously, 12-year-old Naruto is not Kage level, but there is an interesting argument that can be made here. Because you see, at the end of the Chunin exam / Konoha Crush arc, Naruto fights against Gaara, who turns into his full tail beast form. So essentially Naruto fights Shukaku at full strength and wins. Naruto fought a tail beast and won, something that usually is the job for a Kage. We see Raza, the 4th Kazekage.
I mean, he summoned Gamabunta. I'm not, like... I believe that this is a Kage, some Kage level shit for Naruto. I believe that beating Shukaku is some Kage level shit, but, like... There was an entire giant toad there that made it all possible. Let's not act like Gamabunta literally standing there and also Naruto having his son with him are the reason why he even chose to fight in the first place.
For example, had to contain Shukaku several times in the Sand Village when Gaara went ballistic. And sure, Raza beat Shukaku pretty easily, but that's because his golden sand is a hard counter for Shukaku's lighter sand, and even still, it is a tail beast after all. I don't think Kakashi in Part 1, for example, would have much of a chance of beating Shukaku. Now, maybe if he did something like Naruto and woke Gaara up, he could beat Shukaku the same way. If Shukaku had quote-unquote swallowed Gaara into his sand as Gaara was sleeping there instead of just leaving him hanging outside of his body, then Naruto probably would have lost the fight because he wouldn't have been able to wake Gaara up. And that's what essentially wins Naruto the fight. Still, defeating a full tail beast seems like a Kage level feat to me. Now, yes, Naruto was only able to defeat Shukaku because of Gamabunta. Then again, he
didn't beat Shukaku truly, he just negated his control of Gaara. That is also a completely fair thing to say. That is completely fair, in all honesty.
Has the capability of summoning Gamabunta, which is a Kage level summon for sure. You just have to take a look at what he does against Shukaku and then what he does in the 3-way deadlock, for example, that massive fireball. But I do realize it would be a little bit cheesy for me to say that 12-year-old Naruto at the end of the Chunin exams is Kage level because he beat Shukaku, and that's mainly because he only beats Shukaku due to the fact that he can summon a tail beast much more powerful than himself. Naruto without Gamabunta at the end of the Chunin exams there is pretty strong, especially when he uses the Nine Tails as chakra. We see the chakra flaring out of him as he's about to headbutt Gaara and wake him up. And up until that point, that's likely the highest Kurama amp Naruto had ever gotten. Maybe it rivals the one he got against Haku, but it's pretty even, I would say. But neither of those versions of Naruto are powerful powerful enough to compete against a Kage, not even close. When Naruto uses the Nine Tails' chakra in the Forest of Death, for example, against Orochimaru just kind of casually grabs him with his tongue and implements the 5-pronged seal to keep the Nine Tails' chakra calm. Orochimaru didn't have any trouble whatsoever. Now, yes, he realizes, oh, this could be problematic in the future because the Nine Tails is pretty powerful. Let me seal it! But it's not as if Naruto was giving Orochimaru trouble at that point. And yes, obviously he gets more powerful towards the end of the Konoha Crush arc, but it's not nearly enough for him to be considered a Kage level fighter. And if you want to say he's Kage level because he has Gamabunta, I won't blame you for it. But it would be kind of a one-trick pony scenario, and Naruto would be relying on the strength of someone else to be Kage level, which technically I guess you can say is fair game because somebody like Kiba, for example, has a fighting style that completely relies on somebody else, his little dog Akamaru, which gets big in Shippuden, and also the entire Inuzuka clan, for example. We also have Shino with his insects. He is relying on other beings to be strong, just like the entire Aburame clan. But I guess if you have a creature that's always with you, it's a little bit different than a summon. It's something that's going to be much more reliable, because sometimes you're not going to be able to summon Gamabunta. That happened a few times with Naruto summoning Gamakichi instead, or Gamatatsu in the Search for Tsunade arc. He can only bring Gamabunta forth when he has the Nine Tails' chakra amping him up. And when you take a look at Shino and Kiba, for example, their main jutsus are their companions, essentially. It's like saying Sasuke, oh, if he didn't have the Sharingan, he would be very weak, which is not true. But if Shino didn't have insects, he wouldn't be as strong. It's not the same thing as saying, oh, if Naruto didn't have Gamabunta, he wouldn't be as strong, because Gamabunta is not part of his main arsenal. It's a summon. So I won't say that 12-year-old Naruto at the Chunin exams is Kage level. I also won't say that Naruto, once he masters the Rasengan and nails that on Kabuto, is Kage level, even though he's getting much stronger at that point. And Kabuto was a Jonin who technically beat up Tsunade, the future 5th Hokage, in that very same fight. Naruto is still not Kage level and didn't win the fight. He was almost killed by Kabuto, and Kabuto didn't pass out after the Rasengan because of his healing factor. The next major fight would be the fight against Sasuke in the Valley of the End in Part 1, when Naruto uses the one-tail cloak for the first time. And even though Naruto is pretty strong at that point, he's still not Kage level, let's be real here. Now, it's fair to say that one-tailed cloak, Naruto, and Curse Mark II Sasuke are definitely Jonin level at that point. They would certainly give trouble to several Jonins in the Naruto universe. Maybe not somebody like Kakashi or Guy, but a weaker Jonin for sure. One-tailed cloak Naruto is not quite as powerful as a Kage. I can't really think of a Kage that could lose a fight to that Naruto. Maybe Chojuro, and that's not even a state Naruto can use very often. So it's a situational amp that allows him to reach Jonin level, but it's not reliable. Moving on to Naruto Shippuden, we have the infamous Naruto didn't learn anything during the time skip argument, which is kinda true. Naruto becomes better at using ninja weapons, at understanding the battlefield and tactics, at overall taijutsu, at using his shadow clones, but he doesn't learn anything magnificent over the time skip, and that's mostly because Jiraiya quit on trying to make Naruto mastering the Nine Tails' chakra because it was hurting Naruto more than it was doing good for him. And at the end of the day, the greatest technique Naruto learns over the time skip is a slightly bigger
Maru
Rasengan,
is
which
crazy.
definitely does not put Naruto at Kage level. In the Kazekage Rescue arc, Deidara was kind of scoffing at Naruto's strength before the Nine Tails' chakra began to leak. He wasn't worried about Naruto at all before the Nine Tails' chakra. Even though Deidara didn't have both of his arms, no clay, he was armless, he could just kick.
You guys remember, like, last time we streamed when the guy was telling us that this was light speed shit? I don't know why, I just started thinking about that just now. I mean, you know, this is clearly a light speed feat for Kakashi, right? Because Deidara's flying away at light speed. You know what I mean?
Naruto, I suppose, and use a kunai with his mouth, and he was like, ah, this dude is not a threat to me. And just by a narrative standpoint, it wouldn't make too much sense for Naruto to become Kage level at the beginning of Naruto Shippuden when there's so much story told, and Naruto's personal goal is to become Hokage, so it has to happen a little bit later. Now, the next argument, Flashpoint's very interesting because it's the Tenchi Bridge arc, when we see the version 2 Four Tails for the first time, the fight against Orochimaru. Orochimaru, obviously a Kage level opponent, he literally killed the 3rd Hokage. He also killed the 4th Kazekage. Now, he doesn't have his arms because they were sealed by Hiruzen, but still, that version of Orochimaru is definitely Kage level. Like, if you put him against Chojuro, he's stomping Chojuro, I have no doubt about it. And version 2 Naruto was giving that Orochimaru a lot of trouble. One could say Naruto was winning the fights, even though it didn't go all the way, because Yamato
Wait.
suppressed the Nine-Tails' chakra, and Orochimaru's body was expiring.
Okay, I was gonna say, like, his body continues to reject him, and this was, like, far over. He had already reached his limits. I don't even know. I'm not gonna be honest when I say that, like, I wouldn't say this version of Naruto is, like, a Kage-level threat yet. Only because, like, this version of Orochimaru is, if anything, an actual shell of his former self.
We also know that version 2 Naruto almost killed Jiraiya over the time skip. Jiraiya, a Sanin just like Orochimaru, definitely Kage level. I mean, Tsunade is literally a Kage, and she's also a Sanin, so obviously, you know. So that's the answer, right? Version 2 Naruto at the Tenchi Bridge arc. That's when Naruto reaches Kage level. Not quite. Naruto had literally no control over his actions in that state. The hateful chakra of the Nine-Tails was...
It spawns, but it also travels. I think that, like, it spawns, but it travels, too. It doesn't just, like, spawn somewhere at the speed of light.
Hateful nature. So this is not a reliable state of power. Also, it's not something Naruto is actively trying to achieve because it's very harmful for him, and because Naruto doesn't have a will of his own when he is in that state. I cannot say that Naruto is Kage level at this point. Sure, the hateful version of the Nine-Tails' chakra that forms the version 2 Four Tails is Kage level, but Naruto is not. And we see that Naruto starts to lose his consciousness at the second tail. In the Kazekage rescue arc, when Kakashi had to suppress the two tails using that paper Jiraiya gave to him, Naruto was already kinda lost, and once he reaches the third tail, yeah, he's no longer really there, and the fourth tail much less. It's only the first tail that allows him to stay awake, essentially, and that's not good enough to me. No, the character needs to be aware of his surroundings.
Yeah, I agree with, like, post-Pain. I would agree, like, Pain
Kage
onward.
level feet and Kage level strength. The next arc is going to be the Akatsuki suppression arc. And this is when Naruto learns a big jutsu that he's aware that he's doing, not like the Bijudama. Naruto learns the Rasen Shuriken. And yes, it is only half completed by the end of the arc, but it allowed Naruto to beat Kakuzu, a very experienced Akatsuki member. Sure, Kakuzu didn't have two of his hearts, and Naruto had some support for that fight, but Naruto did a lot of the heavy lifting there. But was he Kage level though? Kakashi was absolutely impressed by what Naruto mastered there. He managed to infuse Wind Style in his Rasengan. We see Kakashi clashing his Rasengan, his regular old Rasengan against Naruto's Wind Style Rasengan, and his hand almost gets blown up. Then Kakashi looks back at Naruto and he sees Minato's back in Naruto, which is a really nice scene. And at the end of the arc, when Kakashi kills Kakuzu with a mercy kill, he tells Kakuzu, oh, you think you're powerful because you have a lot of experience and you're quote-unquote immortal, but no. The next generation will always surpass the previous one. It kind of implies that Naruto surpassed Kakashi at that point, but I don't really buy that. Yes, Naruto obviously has a new extremely powerful jutsu. Then again, Naruto has to land that jutsu, which isn't the easiest thing in the world, even though he was able to fool Kakuzu with 3 shadow clones, which is not something I like about the story. Kakuzu's defeat there was kinda easy. I'm just saying, I made an entire video about that if you were interested. And even though the Rasen Shuriken is an S rank jutsu that will pretty much kill anybody it lands on, it doesn't mean Naruto is Kage level. It's kind of the same thing with Gamabunta, but in a bit of a different way. Just because Naruto has access to that jutsu, it doesn't mean it's gonna work against Kage level opponents, for example. And because Naruto can't throw the Rasen Shuriken yet, the Rasen Shuriken starts to damage his own hand and wrist, and that's very dangerous for him. So much so that Sakura tells him, yeah, you shouldn't use this jutsu anymore, like, at all, or you're gonna lose your ability to maul chakra. So even though it's powerful, it's still a very unreliable jutsu that hurts Naruto a lot if he uses it. And even if he uses it, it's still not that reliable. First, because in the first attempt Naruto did against Kakuzu, the jutsu fizzled out. But also, if Kakuzu had been a little bit smarter, if his IQ was 93 instead of 83 in that fight, then he wouldn't have taken the second Rasen Shuriken. That's just how it is. And other than the Rasen Shuriken training, Naruto pretty much remains the same character in terms of strength that he was in the beginning of Naruto Shippuden. So no, not Kage level. I would say he's definitely Jonin level at that point. Not quite as high as Kakashi, but not Kage level either. And the next major arc is going to be the Pain arc. And this is when Naruto learns something very interesting. Sage Mode, which amps Naruto's durability, strength, speed, stamina. It makes his ninjutsu more powerful. It allows Naruto to toss the Rasen Shuriken, which is a massive improvement. And yeah, entering Sage Mode is not exactly the easiest thing in the world because you have to remain still. You can alternatively create clones to gather Sage Mode and dispel them so you can collect Sage Mode instantly. However, when Naruto is doing that, he can't use more than 3 clones in the battlefield, which is a big nerf, especially in the fight against Pain there. But it allowed Naruto to use Sage Mode for longer. Naruto also learns Frog Kumite, which allows him to essentially hit his opponents with ghost punches, which are very difficult to predict. He also learns a few
Like 23-minute
additional
video
skills, like
deep
the
dive
Rasengan
into
Barrage
on One
and
Piece
much
titties.
larger
Yeah,
Rasengan level, and I'm just
you know what?
talking
I don't
about
think I
the
could
full
watch that
fight.
on
Obviously,
stream.
Naruto's
I'm only
gonna
checking
lose
this out for
more
now,
stuff
just for like a little bit of a
Sage
break.
later on.
I'm gonna be honest
Naruto's
with you.
also much more connected to his summons, and now that he has had some Shadow Clone training for the Rasen Shuriken and knows how to use the Shadow Clones collectively, coming up with interesting strategies and cornering his opponents, that's also
Oh, titles.
to him, and
Okay.
increases his strength.
For some reason I read that as
Chosen
titties. I
Naraka
might.
Path.
For some reason I read that as titties. I'm not gonna lie. To be fair, I kind of like glimpsed at what you wrote. Well, that does not. That doesn't bode well for like the Gooner allegations. If I'm gonna be honest, I'm not a Gooner. Yeah, you know what? Fine. Yeah, I'll just accept my fate. I'll just accept my fate.
And some of the things he does against Pain are just insane.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
tossing the Animal Path Rhino
That-
into the stratosphere
damn.
is never gonna get old. And even when Naruto runs out of Sage,
I'm not
we
good.
see
All
that
right.
he can actually hold his own against Tendo Pain. He was doing kind of well in the Taijutsu
That's crazy.
exchange against the Deva
I got
Path.
set up.
Yeah, the Deva Path was
I got set up
pressuring
crazy.
him, and Naruto was kind of losing the exchange, but still, he was able to hold his own until he got Sage mode again, and then with a single kick, he
Like-
was off.
Like, here's the thing, right? When you're skimming through like a comment, right, and you see TITT, and then you see ES at the end with a thing that kind of looks like a fucking eye, you kind of think titties, right? Like, it's not. To be fair, I didn't lose. I just. Whatever. You know what? Fuck you guys.
The Deva Path away. It was just like, no, yeah, I'm stronger than you. He even broke the Rinnegan rod with his bare hands, like with his skin, which is something kind of impossible. Every time that rod pierces something, it pierces through, except when Naruto is in Sage mode. So that's and obviously, Pain is a Kage level fighter. I'm not even gonna have to explain.
I'm sinking on my own boat. It's
Look at what
crazy.
he did to the Leaf Village, for example. And even though Naruto loses to Pain, Sage Naruto, as you can see here, he gets stabbed by Pain several times at the end of the day, still manages to take out 5 paths of Pain. Yes, Pain was a little bit nerfed because the amount of chakra he had spent on the village and the invasion and everything before Naruto arrived, and also destroying the entire village with a catastrophic Shinra Tensei, meaning he couldn't use Shinra Tensei for a while against Sage Mode Naruto in the beginning of the fight. Pain still recognizes Naruto as the strongest opponent he's ever fought, and that nobody had ever pressured Pain to that degree, killing 5 out of the 6 paths. Jiraiya killed 3, and Pain revived him because he had a Naraka path in reserve. So yes, Sage Mode Naruto is Kage level, which means the exact moment Naruto reaches Kage level is that moment when Naruto is standing on top of that stalactite
No, I gathered.
or stalagmite, I don't know, that very tall spire of stone, balancing himself on that stone tablet, very still, gathering sage energy, when his eyes gain the sage circles, becoming orange, and that's when he gets Sage Mode, using it perfectly for the first time. It happens at chapter 418, so a little bit past the midway point of the series. And obviously after that, Naruto only gets stronger, until he eventually becomes Hokage, for real. Now if you want to see how Sage Mode Naruto would do in a fight against every single Akatsuki member, click the video on your screen right now. Don't forget to
Alright, that was a nice little break. Okay, let me think. Start off. I think we'll leave the start of this fine. I'll probably double check that later for my own sake. Guys, I'm not sure. By the way, I asked you if you were, because there's a crazy feat close to where you are, so keep that in mind. Yeah, no, I just have to get through, like, I think I'm, like, at the Forgotten Battlefields, like, portion of the inner monolith. I think, like, in a few hours, I'll actually just play through it and just see how far I can get through. I have some pretty busted builds for, like, Verso and what's-her-face, Lune right now, so I'm just kind of doing, like, single character builds for a bit. That page, top right of the top left page. Where? He's hit by the light? When is he hit by a light? Let me see. You play Arc? I do not have it. Top left page, top right panel. That's Rukia, dude. That's Rukia. She's wearing the same thing. No, that's Rukia. Yeah. She's wearing like, it's even kind of like the same color. You got the machine gun build versus Verso. What do you mean by machine gun? You mean the one where like you just mark the enemy over and over and over again? Because I've got, mine's is like a basic attack build. So it's mark the enemy, hit them with all my shots, and then attack them back to back with the basic attack to basically fill up all of my thing again. Where did you link me the video? Garo versus Darkshine. Yeah, infinite shots build. Yeah, it's pretty good. I like the build. I don't think it's like the one that you can probably find in like a YouTube video. I mostly constructed it on my own, and then I basically swapped out portions of it for and I basically like remodeled it so that it could be like a single character use. Be the same realm for Quizzy's top tier. Why would they be lightsaber cannons is much slower? I don't know, man. Let's see. Possibly the most hectic air ride match ever recorded in competitive history. Hey, Drake, thank you so much. Thanks for checking that video. I recommend it. I hope it was informative. I feel like he has good takes on Naruto. I like the scaling. By the way, guys, can we get some W's for Drake? I do think that he had some pretty decent... I think that he had some pretty reasonable takes, all things considered. I think the only thing I can kind of disagree with is like Orochimaru being kind of close to where he was when he assaulted the Konoha arc. Only because, again, his body and stuff... only because of the position and way that like his body was in. But, like, besides that, it's fine. Well, you got winning game of the year. I hope 33 wins, but I wouldn't be upset if Goat Song wins. I don't know if I'm okay with, like... Is it DLC? Or is it, like, its own full thing? I think it's, like, its own full game, right? I don't know. I haven't played Hollow Knight. Obviously, if it wins, whatever. The Game Awards are a fucking sham anyway. But Expedition 33 should probably win. I mean, it got so many fucking nominations. I think it'd be an absolute cop-out if it didn't win. Game of the Year candidate. What do they got? 2025. I heard that Walking Simulator 2 on the beach is not just a walking simulator. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is just gonna come straight from like personal bias. I like Donkey Kong Bonanza. I think it is a really good game. I don't think Nintendo should be even remotely rewarded with Game of the Year, even if it again means absolutely nothing within the grand scheme of things. Hades 2, I haven't played it. I think it'd probably be really fun to play. I did love the first Hades game, so I'd actually be down for that. And yeah, no, I'm all for Expedition 33 at this point. I want Expedition 33 to win Silk Song. Hades are amazing. Is Fire? I'm waiting for 2 on PC. Is 2 not on PC? And KC2 are top contenders for Game of the Year. I haven't played Kingdom Come Deliverance. I haven't played it. I don't even know what it's about. This year wasn't so insane for games. I could see Time Strangers have been nominated. I still need to play Silksong, but I've played Hollow Knight, and it's just Hollow Knight, but way better. Yeah, I've heard the same things. I tried Hollow Knight. I couldn't get into it. I'm just not a Metroidvania guy. I think the only Metroidvania I was able to kind of play through was Metroid Dread. Compared to last year's, so last couple of years. What was last year's? Black Myth, Wukong, Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erd Tree, Astrobot. Still can't believe Astrobot won that shit. Final Fantasy Reboot. Yeah, you know what? This is fair. This is fair. This is completely fucking fair. Yeah. Dude, I played some Kirby Air Riders. That shit was so much fun, dude. It was so much fun, man. I also want to get, like, Astrobot. I wonder how much Astrobot is nowadays. I think the strongest game of the year. I think this is, like, the strongest game of the year of all time. This one? No. I think Black Myth, Wukong, and Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erd Tree are way better contenders than, like, half of this shit. Like, I don't get me wrong. I think they're all fine games, but I don't know. Those two games were kind of insane. KT2 is a historic RPG. Very realistic and drowned, an amazing story, fun characters. Nice. Let's see. I don't know what else to talk about. 2018 Game of the Year was great. What are the candidates? Oh yeah, Red Dead Redemption, Marvel's Spider-Man, Monster Hunter World. Ugh, I hate World. I hate World so much. Donkey Kong should win Game of the Year. I don't think Donkey Kong should win because I don't think Nintendo deserves any kind of praise. They got Donkey Kong Bonanza. They got, I don't know, Donkey Kong Bonanza to me is just muddied by the fact of that $20 DLC. Even like their best game on that console, like the least controversial game on that console, I should say. I don't want to use the word best, but the least controversial game on that console still has like $20 fucking DLC that is not worth $20, if I have to be honest with you. And this comes from a guy. I actually, you know what? I'm gonna be honest. When it comes to like the nominees, actually, you know what? No. Can't say this game has great Game of the Year games or strong picks. Funny, they're all smaller indie studios. Yeah, I think like we should actually start giving some indie studios a bit of respect when it comes to this kind of topic. Only because, let's be honest, yeah, you don't need to be a big AAA developer in order to have a decent game nor a decent story. I think that like honestly, it would probably show all of these like major developers like, hey man, we're way past this. You guys need to start doing a bit more. Like we need to start getting a little bit more from all of you. Indie studios are always making the best shit. I agree. I'll probably do another 20 minutes of Bleach just so I can get as much of this as done as possible. But man, it has been something. The way overextended and producing a lot of mid. Yeah, they've been overextending. You know. With a lot of like reviews that I've been watching, especially I saw like a recent review that was talking about like Pokemon ZA, but it was like a really fair review where it was talking about like all the downsides and all the upsides. And I don't know, man. I think that as gaming is evolving as a whole, I think that we need to really like look at just the entire industry as a whole and just see, okay, games for a long time were $60. I think for like over a decade they were $60. And $70 seems to be the new price. You know, inflation happens, yada, 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 yada. We need to look to ourselves as you know, just consumers as a whole and just really ask, what does a game need to offer in order for us to want to spend this kind of value on them, right? I feel like a lot of games are tempted to be sold at like $70. But then there are games out there that feel like they do more with what they've got, and they're being sold for way fucking less. You know what I mean? I think the game like Hades 2 being sold for $30 is completely reasonable. I think a game like Silksong being $20 is also completely reasonable, right? I feel like when you have stuff like with the newest COD, where I feel like people have just been saying, you know, the new COD is trash, the new COD is terrible. COD Black Ops 7. Let's see what happens with this one. I don't even fucking know. I just saw like a mini review on it. It was mostly talking about like the story and stuff like that. I look at it and I'm just like, I mean, does Call of Duty really need to be $70? Like, maybe if you're paying for like the campaign or whatever, but even then I feel like the campaign, I feel like you could honestly spend $30, $40 for a campaign for like a COD campaign of all things, or even then, you know, just sell the COD game separately. Because let's be honest here, I played one, maybe two COD campaigns in my entire life, and one of them was because the COD game at the time, I think it was Advanced Warfare, there was an attack on Sony. There was like that Sony hack attack. And they basically had to shut down their online service, which is like, I had nothing to do but play fucking Call of Duty for Christmas. Because I didn't have anything else to try. Destiny at the time, you know, it also required online services. So, fuck me, I guess. Nobody gives a shit about the fucking story. And this is coming from, you know, a place where, like, listen, I'm aware that some people do play COD for the story. There are people out there who love the COD story, and this is not to diminish their value or what they find as fun. I'm assuming that the people who likely play mostly COD, I've actually seen, like, at least, listen, this is completely, this is, like, full of rhetoric, but, like, this comes from the perspective of someone that, like, anytime that I've seen, you know, reviews of people that talk about, like, the Call of Duty story, they almost never talk about the actual online gameplay. They're like, I play Call of Duty for the story, I don't play it for the gameplay. At that point, why not sell Call of Duty in different packages? Sell complete edition, sell story mode, sell fucking online only. Because I feel like you can kind of base a lot of Call of Duties based on like the same... I think you could kind of just release Call of Duty based on like DLC based shit. Because honestly, like what the fuck really changes for Call of Duty when you go from like one COD to the other? I get it. Listen. I get that it's like slight different tweaks, slight different build-ups. The games don't run the same. The gun shooting doesn't always feel the same. Blah, 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 blah. Listen, it's fucking Call of Duty. You spawn at two different sides of a map. You run in and out. You're just shooting one at each other. I don't know, man. I feel like when it comes to like the online, and especially when it comes to like separating that campaign and like zombies, I feel like you can honestly just separate it all into like 3 different packages and have it be like 25, 25, 25, and you could sell the full product for like 70. You know what I mean? I feel like if you're gonna be one of those people that plays, I feel like if you're gonna be one of those people that like only plays zombies and only plays fucking online, there's no reason why you should also have to like spend $70 when you're not gonna get anything out of the story mode, especially when Call of Duty for years now has essentially been allowing people to not download the story portions of the games. I don't know, man. I heard Arc Raiders is good. I haven't seen anything on Arc Raiders. Let me check out Arc Raiders review. Let me see what Arc Raiders is honestly about. This is from Gaming Bolt. I don't trust them. I don't trust any big dudes. I trust smaller devs. Not devs. I trust smaller channels. My thoughts after 100 has a big problem, and so do I. Sure, let's check this out.
So first things first, I think I have a problem, and that is that Arc Raiders is extremely fun.
You get kicked out for idling on a fucking story game?
Incredibly addicting, but at the same time, I also think Arc Raiders...
Hold on. You're saying there's a vocal minority who don't like it? I feel like there's a good number of people that don't like it. It's not just a vocal minority. I feel like it's kind of disingenuous to say that only a vocal minority doesn't like something. It's like saying there's a vocal minority of people that don't like the new Pokemon game. I feel like the hate that Mario Kart World has gotten is kind of justified considering the kind of things that the game just didn't do, like not making... Look, I had this discussion with a friend where it's like he was saying that people aren't just not being creative enough when going into like the world run or whatever the fuck the world traversal mode is, right? Where you actually just go into like the sandbox mode of the game. I feel like free roam, where he's like, people are just not being that creative with free roam, and I'm like, listen, buddy, I can probably have a lot more time to just fuck around with a free roam mode more than other people, right? Just as a time to like calm down and relax. But like, let's be honest here, it's not about people having to be creative with the mode. I don't agree with this concept of like, I have to be creative with the game that I purchase. It's like I have to be creative with the game that I purchased. Like, no, I don't have to be creative with the game. The game should give me the tools to be creative with it, but it's like, what tools am I really being creative with? I can write on walls, cool, and I can write up all these things, but at the end of the day, it's just doing mini challenges that offer no kind of tangible reward. You could have had character unlocks or whatever be tied directly to specific challenges, and also there's no reason why the game released in a state where like you can't track your challenges in which you have and haven't completed. And I know that like the game has done some updates to like at least help you track the ones that you have, but it still doesn't change the fact that it fucking sucks, dude. And you still have to look up an online map to know to like cross-reference what it is that you're trying to figure out. There's also stuff with like the online where like, I mean, let's be honest, it's not a minority, it's not a vocal minority that are complaining about having to play the intermission tracks. Nobody likes the intermission tracks, and for the people that do, you should have allowed for an option of people to only play intermission tracks or people to play only, what are they called? 3-course laps. I'm sorry, man. It's just, Mario Kart World is a good game for a lot of the things that it has, but it is not a fantastic or a groundbreaking game for many of the decisions that really make you tilt your head, go, huh? A game can have a lot of good things. A game can have a lot of wonderful things when it comes to its overall makeup and the things that it tries to do well, but it still doesn't mean that you can look past all of these little things, especially when all of these little things kind of pile up towards the end. I can look at the game and say, yeah, no, this is great, but I can also look at it and say, why can't I also just purchase the carts with the coins that I got? Why do I have to unlock them sporadically? And also, why take away the idea of like building different carts and tracks and stuff, like helping me build my carts or whatever? I get the point of doing it. You know, you don't want to just have players be bogged down to like specific builds, but also if you're gonna give the characters at that point, do what CTR did and remove all of the stats from the characters and the fucking carts and just have us pick different kinds of engine classes like in CTR. Listen, I still think till this day CTR did it best. Fuck stats, fuck all that shit. Have simple engine types that you can pick. Some for better handling, some for higher top speeds. Everyone picks speed or drift because they're just objectively the best. But I can still just choose whatever character and I can choose whatever cart I want, and it matters nothing. And if you're like, but Eon, no, I think Bowser should always be a heavy character. There's no reason why, blah, 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 blah. Hey, you know what else CTR did? It gave you the option of either sticking to the character stats or whatever engine type they naturally allocate with, or swapping that so that the next time you pick a cart and character, it just means nothing. The engine type is separate. You know, you give players choice. That's always something that I've said. Allow players to have a choice. I disagree with Double Dash. I think Double Dash sucks. I do not like the way that game plays. I really do not like the game plays, and I've given it enough times to know that like that game just does not play. Funny thing with Arc, players have gradually shifted for a more cooperative mindset on solo play instead of hyper aggressive PvP. Well, most of the time, I've heard about that. Yeah, I don't like Mario Kart Double Dash. I don't think it's that great.
Absolutely killing it.
I think it's okay for the time that it came out in, but I feel like other Mario Karts have easily done what it does, but better.
They're sitting at 215k players, 24-hour peak of 260.
Maybe it's because it doesn't play like other Mario Karts that I don't like it, but I don't know, man. I've given the game enough tries. I do not like the game. It is so hard to pick up. That game is so hard to pick up speed in, and this comes from someone whose favorite Mario Kart game for like the longest time was the one where you snake the most, DS. I love DS, dude. But even then, I can agree with like that game where like that game you just have to pick acceleration and high handling characters. You need to snake, otherwise you just cannot get speed on the CPU. It sucks, dude. Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck? Oh. Okay.
It's an extraction shooter, and people are incredibly
CTR clears every racing game. I agree. Sonic Racing Cross Worlds, as someone who has already put in like over 60 hours, is because they not have the coin mechanic. Fuck the coin mechanic. No. Let's make one thing clear. Coins are trash. Coins are fucking dog shit. Mario Kart coins. Listen. The thing about Mario Kart, and the thing that I've hated about the games ever since Mario, mind you, I will say that 8 Deluxe is the best Mario Kart game, and even I will say that that game is boggled down by a lot of choices that I don't personally agree with on Nintendo's end. One of them is the coin. For those of you that may not know, Mario Kart 8 has a coin problem, what I like to call a coin problem. Mario Kart coin. See, the people that play Mario Kart, will tell you, or the ones that like, oh, will sit down and play this dog shit ass game will say, listen, Mario Kart needs the coin. The coin is necessary. It is one of the things I made coins actually cool in Mario Kart. It's one of those issues where you don't think about it much from a gameplay perspective, and you think that there's some depth to them because they do increase your speed by like 1% per coin, right? There is something that does matter within coins, and it's that they do technically increase your speed the more coins that you have. It's the same thing. The same thing happens with Sonic Racing Cross Worlds. Jesus Christ. Sonic Racing. The same thing happens with Sonic Racing Cross Worlds, where they also have rings. Now, the difference between a game like Mario Kart, where it goes up to 10 to 20 coins, depending on whether we're talking about 7, 8 to World, where World has 20, is that and a game like Sonic Racing Crossworlds that also has rings, which each affect your speed, is that with Mario Kart, coins kind of matter more from a perspective of each one has a higher value. With Sonic Racing Crossworlds, well, rings do have a percentage-based increase to your cart, so to your car, depending on whether or not you have 1 to 99 to 100, where the difference between 1 and 99 is about 7 point something percent, and then the difference between the 99th and the 100th coin is like another 7.5%, which is like an increase of like 15% total, is that that the rings aren't as inherently necessary to Sonic Racing Crossworlds. Can you technically do better with more rings? Yes, but the point with Mario Kart is that Mario Kart kind of just boggles down an entire item to being the fucking coin. My issue with this as a whole is that with Mario Kart, and